Welcome to the Captain's Cast on a Sunday. I am your host, Captain Garrett of the Swords of Starships channel. Hi! How are you? That's how Rush Limbaugh, the late great Rush Limbaugh, used to greet his audience. I loved it. I loved hearing that every day. Hi! How are you? So, yeah, you know, it's I'm really a big fan of my thumbnail this week. I'm a big fan of my own thumbnail. Can I share that, Mr. Producer? Let me see if I can find it here. Yes, there we are. Thumbnail 124, we shall call it. And OBS, man. It's just not, it is not as user-friendly as it could be. Let's just put it that way. There it is. Yeah. That is, jeez. Jeez, Mr. Producer. You could have prepared this ahead of time. There it is. There it is. It's a peaceful life. All of my favorite things. I just hold them close together. You've got this movie 28 Weeks Later is out. So I was going to go see it. I was like, I got to go watch something, I figured. And the strange thing is, I feel a kind of level of apathy towards almost anything right now. Just apathy towards everything. And I was thinking about Ironheart. I've been watching the Google Trends on Ironheart. Nobody cares about this. Nobody. It like trends zero. It trends zero. The only people that care. So you can I use it as a lolcow, right? Can I use Ironheart as a lolcow? Probably. But does that make it worth actually watching it? And I feel like probably not. So then you've got this 28 years later. I remember the first 28 days later film, which was fine. It was fine. Everyone's wild. Everyone loves that movie. Everyone always talks about 28 days later and how freaking good it is. I'm like, it's a zombie movie. There's a million of them. Like a million. Now, to be fair, the zombies in that do chase you like at speed, and that's impressive. And it has one of my favorite actors of all time, Cillian Murphy, in his breakout role. But that's really about all I can say for the first 28. I honestly don't even remember most of the movie. I remember a couple of scenes from it. But it's fine. It's a decent movie. It's fine. It was back in the day when there was all kinds of zombie movies, and that was just one of the latest ones. And I watched it, and I was like, oh, okay, yeah, that's pretty cool. Then I see 28 Years Later is coming out, and I think, well, that might be interesting. I never did watch 28 Weeks Later. 28 Weeks Later is one of those films that just keeps popping up on your feed year after year, month after month. You just every now and then on Netflix or HBO or Peacock or whatever the heck, just 28 weeks later. It's like the first one, except it's weeks instead of days. And for whatever reason, I just never watched it. So then I thought, okay, well, now I'm going to watch it because then I'll go watch the movie. And I start watching 28 weeks. Is it weeks? Yeah, it's weeks. 28 weeks. Is it days? Is it weeks? Is it months? Is it years? Who cares? Who cares? Anyway, I start watching it, and it's fine. You know, it's zombies break in, they kill everybody. Oh no! It was somewhat interesting, which is sort of what the first movie was. It's like somewhat interesting. I turned it off after 20 minutes because I was just simply tired. I was like, oh, okay, I'm going to go to bed now. I'll pick it up later. Then I see what the Friday Night Tights crew has to say about 28 Weeks Later. And I'm like, wow, I'm definitely not going to watch this. I'm not going to the theater to watch a mediocre IP cash grab, which is what every single thing we get now is. Every single thing. We have had the corporate IP miners are at it again. Now, I just watched last weekend How to Train Your Dragon live action remake, and I enjoyed it. But there's a fair critique of that film going around the internets these days that goes something like this. It's another soulless remake. They just reskinned the animated version. There's nothing new. There's nothing. It's just a little less fun and a little less life, larger than life than the animated version. There's nothing to see here. We need to stop supporting this garbage. And largely, I sort of agree. It's a weird. It's a pickle. It's a pickle because on the one hand, you have Disney, which always takes these live action remakes and they just stuff extra shit in there. A lot of it is woke garbage. Let's be honest. Oh, is he an anti-woke YouTuber? No, I'm an anti-left-wing wacko propaganda YouTuber. And by the way, so are most people. Most people hate this crap. That's why it fails. So on the one hand, you have Disney, which stuffs these live-action remakes with extra crap that adds nothing. And the best parts of the films, the Disney films, is simply the parts that are recreating exactly what happened in the original, but it always feels just a little less colorful, just a little less lifelike, and yet it's still the best part of the movie because that's what was good in the original animated film. And the opposite has happened with How to Train Your Dragon, which is they literally just copied the animated film and just redid it almost word for word, the original film. Now, they slightly altered a thing here or there, and actually there was one line change at the end of the film that I actually thought was an upgrade. I actually thought it improved upon the original scene. It was very slight. It was when Hiccup's father says, "I'm sorry." Instead of saying, "I'm sorry," he says something along the lines of like, "I was wrong about everything. I'm really proud of you." And I thought that was better because the "I'm sorry" line in the original film just always seemed a bit cloying. It always seemed a bit too obvious to me. A man like Stoic who's literally named Stoic. It seemed a bit out of character that he does feel sorry. Like that's clear in both versions of the scene. He is sorry. But I think that it's a little more show don't tell for him to simply say, "I was wrong and, I'm really proud of you." Like I thought that was better and it actually landed better. That's like a tiny little change. There's almost no other changes in the film. It's just beat for beat the original. And I happen to think that that's what made it one of the few live-action remakes that's actually good, right? But whether they simply reskin the original or stuff it full of a bunch of crap, in both cases, it's just a cash grab. In both cases, it's just rehashing old material. And so I play old video games, I watch old films, and I say, screw 28 years later, I don't care. I don't care. But we've got some stuff in the stack of stuff. We're going to get into it. But I forgot to load my chat, so give me 1 second here so I can load my chat. Assuming the stream is even live. No, it's live. It's there. Oh, there it is. There it is, Mr. Producer. Starfury is in the chat. Tom is in the chat. Taking a break for lurking for a change. Let me get that front and center. Okay, here we go. Starfury says, "Hello, all." Hello, Starfury. Welcome aboard, sir. Tom, hail. Welcome aboard, Tom. It's a navigator on the ship. Starfury says, "What garbage?" Oh, we're off to a good start. Oh, Starfury. What garbage are we reviewing this week? What makes you think it's going to be garbage? Tom says, "What about positive reviews, Starfury?" Tom, have you seen anything they're making? Have you seen anything? that they are making right now. It's like, yeah. Starfury says some quality media in that thumbnail. I would agree. Starfury. I think Disney is hoping no one cares about Ironheart and they won't catch any strays from the internet community. I mean, they will. Like, you know, Marvel content is just, it's the lol cow. Disney content, really, it's just for the lulz now. That's all it is. It doesn't exist for any other purpose. Now, since I did not feel like watching 28 weeks later, let's find out what somebody thought about it. It does that. Maybe I'll go see it. Let me just load this up here. It depends. It depends on if I feel like I would have something interesting to contribute. Mr. Producer, let's share screen. Enable desktop audio. Thank you. Okay, hat tip, heels versus babyface. Or it's heel versus. You know, the problem with his title is he's got heel vs babyface, right? And in the VS, my mind just deletes it. It deletes the VS or something. And so I say heels. But anyway, so he watched it, thinks it's trash.
The trailers for 28 Years Later.
So let's just find out what Az thinks, shall we? Roll tape.
Were absolutely fantastic. They were exceedingly well edited with that wonderful track over the top of it. And it gave this incredible sense of foreboding and what 28 years later would actually bring to this world. Yesterday, I managed to get the opportunity to see the film, and I wish I'd waited another 28 years because it wasn't up to much at all. Hi, everyone. It's Az here from Heel versus Babyface. I'm legitimately disappointed to be making this video because after seeing the trailers for 28 Years Later, I did have a lot of optimism and hope for this film. In actual fact, I went to see it yesterday with a couple of friends of mine, and they thought that we were actually going to go see the Jurassic Park movie, the Jurassic World movie, which isn't out, of course, for another couple of weeks. And then when I said, oh, no, we're off to see 28 Years Later, the zombie horror. And they were like, oh, excellent. You mean we're actually going to go see a good film? And I was like, yes. And we all left with huge disappointment. In actual fact, my cinema was packed. Even with a sold-out audience, it was just deathly quiet. There were a couple of moments of levity where a couple of people started laughing, but I think really it was kind of politeness to break up what had been, for the most part, an incredibly boring and dull and meandering experience. So I'm going to just go through some spoiler-free stuff, and then I'm just going to go through a couple of articles because personally, I think Danny Boyle's lost. I think he's lost to the Hollywood mind virus, if you know what I mean. And if this movie is about thematically Brexit and the social media aspect, then I don't think he's hit the nail on the head, because some of the stuff this guy's been saying to me just says that he's so far out of touch now. It's unreal. So it follows the story of a young kid whose dad, Jamie, is played by Aaron Taylor Johnson, and they are on this small island, about 150 of them, which is connected by a causeway, which only appears when the tide goes out and gets covered up when the tide comes in, to the UK mainland, which is a complete and utter quarantine zone, the whole thing. The rage virus has been fought back from Europe, and the whole rest of the world is getting on as normal. There's internet, there's Wi-Fi, there's mobile phones, there's lip fillers. there's Botox, there's all this kind of stuff.
Thank God.
And Danny Boyle himself has said something along the lines of that this is a representation of Brexit and a regression of society. Alex Garland said that.
Oh my God. What an eye roll. What an eye roll.
This is a movie about the fear of the regression of society, because this village, all it teaches in school is reading and writing. And then out of that, each person gets a job. Are you a farmer? Are you a seamstress? Are you a warrior, hunter, etc., etc.? So it assigns different jobs to them. And Spike, that's this 12-year-old kid, is being taken to the UK mainland by his father because he's going to become a man. He's going to get his first zombie kill, and he's going to become a man. And even the village don't think that this is a good idea. Even the village say, you need to be 14, 15 years old before we do this stuff. But Jamie is just like, nah, Spike's ready. We're going to take him across now. And they go across with a flask of water, a little bit of food, and a handful of arrows. And then they go into the woods. And I know I said I'm going to keep this spoiler free, but this is all the stuff which happens right at the beginning of the film. It just takes about 45 minutes to get there. And I'm just thinking to myself, why they making just such stupid mistakes? Why this doesn't make any sense? Why would you put him in jeopardy like this at this early age, even if you think he's ready? Why would you go into the mainland completely unprepared? You can easily get ambushed in a forest. It's probably the worst place that you could possibly be. You have not enough ammunition at all to fight off a horde. If a horde comes after you, and then we get told about alphas, which are bigger, stronger, smarter, and got huge cocks. I was going to say knockers, but that's She-Hulk. And so it just doesn't make a lot of sense with the decisions that they're making. And we've got to go along for the ride and believe that this is normal behavior. On top of that, the story just meanders. It doesn't really go anywhere. The father's done dirty, and it becomes a story about Spike and his mum, who's suffering from an illness which...
Oh my God. This sounds so fucking boring. This sounds so fucking boring.
If you've seen the film, I think is pretty obvious to guess what it is. And they go out in search of Ralph Fiennes, who has isolated himself on his own and used to be a GP, a general practitioner, a doctor, in an effort to find a cure for what's wrong with his mum. And not a lot happens. And that's really it. This is my problem with a lot of indie horror. Like this, I'm not saying this film is indie, but the original film, 28 Days Later, was kind of an indie film. And this is my problem, is that they wind up slipping into this kind of meditative state, and I really dislike horror movies like that. Like a great example of this is It Comes at Night, which I went to that film, and at first I was really enjoying it until I realized that there's actually no monster in the movie, and that you actually don't really have any idea what's going on, and that mostly it's just a movie about two paranoid families that are hiding from something. Even the title is perfect. It Comes at Night. What comes at night? The movie doesn't answer that question. Well, 'cause that's not important. This is a meditation about Brexit and the fall of society. Some other garbage. Some other woke leftist garbage. This is such a non-entity of a film.
That's it. They just... I'm sorry, Az. I'm sorry. I can't do it. I can't do it. I need the Critical Drinkers review, because I need a concise explanation of this film. And I wasn't going to do Critical Trigger because I have another video of his I wanted to react to today, but I have to double dip. I have no choice, as it's taking too long to get to the point. All right. Critical Trigger, hat tip, go.
You don't need me to tell you that 2025 has been a pretty disappointing year for movies, with back-to-back flops from Marvel, a Mission Impossible that kinda made me wish the franchise ended 2 movies ago, and a July that's shaping up to be a 3-way battle between a trio of movies that I couldn't care less about. But if there was one cause for optimism in the festering wasteland of Hollywood this year, it was 28 Years Later, the long-awaited sequel to 2002's 28 Days Later that would continue the story of survival in a post-apocalyptic world ravaged by a viral outbreak. But drinker, you booze-infected rage zombie, I hear you say, what about 28 weeks later? Just don't worry about it. Anyway, I know it's just come out and everyone's anxious to avoid spoilers, so I'm going to keep this review short and mostly spoiler-free. I'll give you a general sense of the plot without telling you how it ends or any of the major story beats, and make a few observations about the world building and characters without going into specifics. So with that in mind, let's get started, shall we? As the title suggests, the movie picks up 28 years after the rage virus outbreak. Britain is now under quarantine from the rest of the world, and the scattered groups of survivors are now holed up in isolated, heavily defended communities. One of these is on a small island just off the mainland, where our main character Spike is getting ready to go out on his first scouting mission with his dad, while his ailing mum struggles with a mysterious illness. For me, this is by far the best written and best directed part of the film, briskly establishing our main characters and fleshing out the state of the world, and building up the tension and anxiety to the point where I actually felt kind of uncomfortable at times. You're left in no doubt that venturing off the island for the first time is both an important rite of passage and a huge fucking deal for any young person. If you get into trouble or go missing while you're out there, nobody is gonna come looking for you. It also introduces us to the new and improved infected, making it clear that the game has definitely changed now. Again, I'm not going to go into spoilers, but the upshot is that the infected are now more than just mindless killing machines that are literally too stupid to even feed themselves. They now have a kind of primitive animalistic intelligence, roughly on par with teenage council estate girls from Glasgow. Mostly because I guess the writers had to account for how they've managed to survive this long. Anyway, Spike returns to the island to find his mum isn't doing too well at all, and when he learns of a reclusive doctor hidden away on the mainland, he decides this might be his one and only chance to help her. So the movie becomes a kind of post-apocalyptic road trip as Spike tries to guide and protect his increasingly ill mother through a very dangerous world in the vague hope of finding salvation at the ends. But will they make it to the doctor before it's too late? And even if they do, is he all that he seems to be? Now, there's a lot to praise about 28 Years Later, and one of the strongest aspects of the film is the way it balances gripping, visceral horror and poignant emotional character beats without feeling forced or contrived. Yeah, you could probably argue that the infected helpfully choose not to show up whenever the script wants to slow down and have some big character moments, but that's pretty much par for the course with most films like this. The evolving relationship between Spike and his 2 parents forms the backbone of this film, and it's interesting to see the contrast between them. The intense, serious, practical father-son relationship based around survival and cooperation, where there's no doubt about who leads the way and who's expected to follow, versus the tender, reflective and melancholy bond between him and his mum, where Spike more often than not has to take on the role of protector himself. Both have their merits, and thank fuck the movie doesn't try to make her into a tough-talking Hollywood girl boss. I'm gonna be a dad. Credit to Jodie Comer as well for her work on this one. Everyone in this film gives superb performances, but Comer in particular crushes it as a woman wrestling with her own fears and demons while still trying to fill the role of a mother. Fuck knows what Americans are going to make of the extremely regional British accents though. Geordies are hard enough even for other Brits to understand, never mind people from the rest of the worlds.
Well, you didn't need to talk any because you were effing and seeing there yesterday when I was kids. I heard you, mate. I heard you.
Right.
When you get right down to it though, 28 Years Later is the story of a boy forced to become a man just a little too soon in a very harsh and unforgiving world. The painful lessons, failures and tragedies that mould us from innocent children into fully realised adults. The melancholy sense of loss that comes with leaving behind who we once were to become who we need to be. And I think this is what Danny Boyle does so well with movies like this, balancing brutal survival and gory horror with moments of poignant, intimate character drama. It's a story of survival for sure, but it's really a story about humanity, who we choose to be when we're tested to our very limits, what we're forced to give up to stay alive, and what we manage to hold on to that makes survival even worth it. It's difficult for me to...
And we've only seen about 5,000 movies about that in the last, 10 years. So we really desperately need number 5001.
to go into criticisms without spoiling the plot, but I will say that the film's narrative threads start to get a bit frayed towards the ends. One character gets put on ice for the bulk of the film with no real explanation of what he's doing or why. There's a moment where a new character drops into the narrative that felt kind of contrived and didn't add a whole lot to the story. Other supposedly smart and experienced survivalists make rookie mistakes for the sake of some cheap and easy jump scares and a completely inexplicable decision when they encounter one of the infected that no character born into this world would ever consider. What can I say? If you know, you know. None of these criticisms are deal breakers, but they undermine what's generally a pretty smart and mature movie that takes itself very seriously. The ending leaves the narrative wide open for the next movie, and while I've definitely got thoughts about the Jimmy Savile lookalikes who show up in the last few minutes, my bigger concern is that the next film's being overseen by the same girl who directed Candyman and The Marvels.
Oh no!
Yeah, we're kinda fucked, aren't we? Either way, no matter where it ends up going next, 28 years later is a solid horror survival story with a lot of heart behind it. It's not perfect, and it's definitely not on the same level as the first movie, but I didn't really expect it to be, and if you're a fan of the series or horror movies in general, you'll definitely find a lot here to appreciate. Anyway, that's all I've got for today. Go away now.
I don't know, it sounds boring as hell to me. But hat tip, critical drinker. And what else do we have in the stack of stuff, Mr. Producer? So this was an interesting article. So I'm definitely going to review Superman when it comes out, so I am looking forward to that. And thinking about reviewing some of the trailers as well. And I have an article, hat tip, bounding into comics. This is from James Gunn is basically saying that this is not going to be jokey like Guardians of the Galaxy. Well, that remains to be seen. But let me share this one. Actually, wait, hang on a second. Mr. Producer! Wrong browser. There we go. Okay, hat tip, bounding into comics. James Gunn promises Superman will be less jokey than the Guardians of the Galaxy trilogy. I have to say, I think this film... Sippy cup. I mean athletic water bottle. This film is our last best hope. I have no idea if this film is going to be good or terrible. I can't call it, folks. I cannot call it. Half of the stuff I see about this movie makes me think it's going to be a disaster, and the other half makes me think, DC is saved. So I don't know. I really don't know. So this is one of the more encouraging signs. Quote, James Gunn promises Superman less jokey than Guardians of the Galaxy trilogy. Quote, that's not a guy who's angry or covering up his emotions. He's pretty pure. In an assurance that will admittedly need to be seen to be believed, DCEU boss James Gunn says that his upcoming Superman film will handle its emotional moments with far more sincerity than his past Guardians of the Galaxy outings, especially as he recognizes that the Man of Steel is a far more pure-hearted character compared to the likes of someone like Star-Lord or Rocket Raccoon. Speaking with Rolling Stone's Brian Hyatt ahead of Superman's release, Gunn was asked at the top of their time together It occurred to me that this particular version of Superman needed a certain version of you and a certain version of the audience. Could 2010 James Gunn have made this film? In turn, the director slightly straightforwardly admitted, I don't think the 2020 James could. Everybody knows I was offered Superman in 2018, he recalled. They also asked me about Batman earlier than that, but I was in the middle of Guardians 3. If they had come to me in 2018 with Batman, I would have said yes. But yeah, I just couldn't quite wrap my head around it. Pressed as to what he believed had to change in order for him to do justice to Superman's character, Gunn recalled, I needed the right way in, and that required time to think through a few thousand options before I got to the way I thought it worked. But I do also think that my life and my career have been a gradual softening of the edges. I still like black comedy, I still have edges, but I used to like provoking a lot, and today, although I still seem to do it, I don't really like doing that. In my heart, I'm pretty sentimental. I just believe in basic human values. I think, just not the American way, I think Guardians of the Galaxy was a good starter kit for that. Continuing in his reflection, Gunn asserted, the Guardians of the Galaxy films have a lot of heart, but they do have their own weirdness and oddities and edginess, and Superman isn't that, even though he does, from the outside, have a lot of oddness. Close quote for a second. I think that this is a very encouraging take from James Gunn. This tells me that he's matured and grown somewhat as an artist, which is what was exactly necessary for him to get this character right. Now, we're going off of what he's saying. Obviously, time will tell. At the end of the day, we got to see the movie to see whether it's really good or not. All I'm telling you is this seems to me like he's got his mind right about it. He mentions that Superman does have a lot of oddness if you look at him from the outside, and I think that's true. I think Superman is one of the most outlandish superheroes there are when you really think about it, which is why you've got to get the heart and soul so right. You know, one of the things that Christopher Nolan did really, really well in the Dark Knight trilogy is that he was able to portray a very gritty, very dark, edgy kind of Batman, but he humanized the character by showing Bruce Wayne's connection to his family, to his father, to Alfred, that gave the character a level of humanity. Because if you just look at Batman from the outside, he's pretty psychotic. Like, he's pretty crazy. He's a psychotic, freaky vigilante, right? But it's the humanity underneath that connects the audience to the character and makes him relatable. And I think that's what you have to get that with superheroes. Resume quote, a flying dog in a cape is odd, he explained. Giant walking robots and kaijus, that's all odd. Well, that's also not been in any other Superman movies, to be fair. But the very good nature of him, this is really a really strong belief in what's right, sometimes perhaps to a fault, is what makes Superman who he is. And that is not Star-Lord or Rocket. Close quote. Like, thank God he understands this. Like, thank God he understands this. Open quote. That's not a guy who's angry or covering up his emotions, Gunn further noted of the Last Son of Krypton's character. He's pretty pure. And so getting to the place where I could write that character was a journey. In the past, I would have done it through making fun of the character, and I don't think that's what I do here. You see what I'm saying, chat? This is very this is what we were all precisely worried about. Now, it's also the fact this could be Gunn telling us what we want to hear. I fully acknowledge that. I'm fully aware this could be Gunn sensing that, you know, audiences are in no mood for the bullshit. And so this is him reassuring audiences what they want to hear. However, I tend to think this comes from an honest place. Open quote. I'm less afraid now than I used to be. I allow myself to be purely creative more than I used to. And I thought I was being purely creative, but a lot of times it was just anger releasing itself in another way. I'm less afraid of being goofy or sentimental or boring or straight. There's a very grounded interview scene between Lois and Clark that seems... Oh, wait, sorry. This is the interview asking Gunn another question. There's a very grounded interview scene between Lois and Clark that seems like new territory for you. What? I'm so confused by that quote. Hang on. Subsequently met with the observation from Hyatt. Oh, that's how they phrase it in this article. After James Gunn subsequently was met with the observation from Hyatt that there's a very grounded interview that looks like new territory, James Gunn admitted, "That's a huge thing for me. I have long talking scenes in Guardians, but they are stuffed with jokes, and that's not the case here." Close quote. That's excellent. That's excellent. That he understands this is different material than Guardians of the Galaxy. Quote, "There's funny stuff that happens in that scene, but it's all situational. And so allowing myself to write that scene, which is truly about two characters and the different ways they see the world and morality." Finally pressed as to whether or not his past self would have had the impulse to make that scene more jokey, Gunn bluntly confirmed yes. Horror movies and comedies are so comforting to a filmmaker because if they're working, the audience is reacting constantly, even like people crying at the end of Guardians 3. But it's also a rather selfish thing as a filmmaker because I'm not making something so that I can sit in an audience and be happy. I'm making something that really works on a fundamental level. So I have to be willing to sit there with an audience and not know if they're liking it or not. Close quote. This is really fascinating to me because this actually suggests that James Gunn, at least in his current career as narcissistic as he's been in his promotion of this movie, what he's saying here demonstrates, I think, a lot of professionalism. Right? He's focused on the work and not what pleases him specifically in the work. Like, I mean, that's a part of it, but that's not his priority. And, you know, I was watching the Friday Night Tights panel reacting to something in here. I don't think it's in this article. I don't think it's not in this Bounding into Comics article, but basically I think it's in that same interview. He was talking about how he found his way into writing the character because he didn't know how to write Superman for years. And then eventually he finally found his way in, and that was the character of Crypto the dog, right? And the Friday Night Tights panel mostly roasted him over this and said, like, that's so stupid. How can you not understand this character? Why would you need a dog to figure this out? And I think that they were really misunderstanding what James Gunn's actually saying because they were looking at it from the audience or critical perspective. They weren't looking at it from the artist perspective. I always think of that scene in Oppenheimer when Oppenheimer's in the physics class and he's a genius. Right out the gate, he's a genius. And his professor notices this about him. But he says to him, sure, you know the math, you know the physics, but can you hear the music? Right? And that line is so great because I really think it applies to artistic creation. I think it applies to, you know, it's one thing to know story structure, to know what works and what doesn't. That's sort of like the mathematics. That's sort of like the nuts and bolts of writing something. ChatGPT can handle a lot of that these days. I think to actually tell a story that connects with people, though, you have to be able to hear the music. And if you can't hear, you have to be able to feel and experience something ephemeral, something intangible, something you can't quite put your finger on. It's something that can only exist if you start writing your way to it. And I think that that's the music, that's the rhythm that a story starts to have. And this is the signature fingerprint of every story. Now, there are thousands of zombie stories. There are thousands of Why Done It detective stories. There are thousands of Epic of Gilgamesh hero Golden Fleece stories out there. But what makes each story have its own unique signature, its own unique fingerprint? Well, I would say that is, in my metaphor, the music. That's the music, and the artist has to hear that music, or all you're gonna get is corporate algorithm wood chipper fluff. You're gonna get Skeleton Crew. Skeleton Crew is what you get when you tell a story but you can't hear the music. That's what you get, Skeleton Crew. So what I think Gunn was saying when he said crypto made it click, I could finally get at this character. I think what he was saying is it connected him with Superman's, he explained it a little bit, but basically it connected him with the idea that Superman is this all-powerful being, this almost godlike being, and yet here is this creature that is, weaker than him, that is trusting, innocent, that needs his protection, right? And he sees it as his responsibility to protect and care for that creature, and that in a larger sense, that's also sort of how Superman views his role in relation to humanity. And I think that's an intellectual description of it, but at the end of the day, you can't truly quantify it in words. I totally get what he's saying with that. He's saying that I can feel this character now. I can hear the music of this character now. And I actually think that's a really good sign. So you had the F&T crowd. I understand. I understand why the F&T crowd sees it this way. They're wearing the critic hat, although Shad, being a writer himself, I'm surprised he missed this, but they're wearing their critic's hat. They're wearing their nerd audience hat, which is, they're just looking at it from the outside and they want to read the tea leaves and see if it's going to be good. And they hear something like, the dog helped me understand the character. And they judge that as Gunn missing the point. And I see it exactly the opposite. The smallest aspect of a character or a story can be the point that opens up the whole world and makes it all make sense. And so I totally understand what he's saying there, and I think it's a really good sign. It's a really good sign. So I am cautiously excited for Superman. I don't give a crap about Fantastic Four. I don't care at all. But I will say that so we actually have a lot of good news, I think, in some of James Gunn's recent comments. Number one, he's matured as an artist. He understands that the edgy, jokey James Gunn that writes Guardians of the Galaxy, which was great for that project, is not the Gunn that could have written this project. Two, he's not going to make this, a joke a minute. We don't have to sit through 2 hours of MCU millennial humor for Superman. Thank God. Thank God. And three, he understands that Superman is a character that actually does not hide really anything. So what he's saying is a character like Rocket Raccoon or Peter Quill, Star-Lord, these are characters that are often projecting a facade because deep down they have anger or they have sadness or a wound of some kind. And so a lot of what's animating their outward behavior is them projecting, right, into the world a facade to sort of hide that anger or whatever. And he's saying that Superman is the opposite. Superman wears his heart on his sleeve. Superman, you see is what you get. There's a great scene in the first Superman film with Christopher Reeve, and I just saw it on Twitter. It was really, it's the scene where Lois Lane interviews Christopher Reeve Superman. It is a brilliant scene, by the way. It is an incredible scene. I found myself watching the whole thing on X, just like, damn, this is so good. And there's a moment in it where Lois Lane, it's such a playful, flirty interview. I loved it. It's like, I wish they would write romantic tension this way in movies, but she says something. I forget what she said. Do I have it, Mr. Producer? Maybe I have it in my X bookmarks. Because it's what he says in this scene that to me illustrates why Superman is such a unique character. Or, well, unique from our modern perspective, where so many characters are that kind of projecting facade-like character. I think I could probably find it this way. Mr. Producer. What would you say? Superman interview Lois Lane. It's probably going to find like 5 different versions. Oh, there it is, right at the top. Perfect. Let me see if I can find the right part of the clip. Yeah, so this is from the original Superman film. Superman goes to Lois's house to interview with her. It might be right here.
Well, pretty far away. Another galaxy, as a matter of fact. I come from a planet called Krypton.
Huh?
Krypton.
Oh, Krypton. With a C-R-I?
No, actually, it's Krypton with a K-R-Y, P-T-O-N.
K-R-Y. Do you like pink?
I like pink very much, Lois.
Because that's the color of her undergarments, as mentioned earlier in the scene.
Why are you?
I'm sorry?
I mean, why are you here? There must be a reason for you to be here.
Yes. I'm here to fight for truth and justice in the American way.
You're gonna end up fighting every elected official in this country.
Sure you don't really mean that, Lois?
I don't believe this.
Lois? I never lie.
And that's the line. It just struck me. It struck me when I heard that, where he says, Lois, I never lie. And it's a truthful statement, at least from the perspective of Superman. I think you could say Clark Kent lies because he lies about his identity, but Superman doesn't lie. And I thought, what a fascinating element of his character that sets him apart from almost any other superhero. In many ways, Superman is too powerful to allow himself the slightest moral flaw. You know, a lot of people complain that Superman is this Boy Scout, and it's like, well, he is because he has to be. He has to be. His power is so vast. It's so limitless that from his perspective, he has to hold himself to a standard that's unreasonably high. And that's how I see it. I see it as like, for him, he cannot lie to people, because if he does that, it's the little compromise that will lead him down the slippery slope to abusing his vast power, his almost unopposable power. So that he is written in such a way as to be, it is really the only way this character can be written, in my view. Otherwise, he's Homelander. You know, he can't be Star-Lord, because if he's Star-Lord, he's Homelander. And that's why Superman is so important to get right. And I feel like James Gunn is on the right track. I don't know that this version's going to be as good as the Christopher Reeve version, but we'll see. I choose to be optimistic about this. So hopefully it will be better. That's weird. My chat wasn't like updating for a second. That is so weird. Why was... Let me change that. Hang on. Live chat. I thought there was nothing new in the chat, and it was not updating. Sorry about that. Star Fury says, I watched Godzilla -1 again, and I've changed my mind. Shkishkima should have died. That will probably change on my next viewing. You don't mean that, Star Fury. Oh, that's funny. No, Star Fury. I appreciate. Look. You want a story about the hero having to die for what he believes in? There's plenty of those. Go watch Braveheart, great film. Go watch Game of Thrones. Go watch something. Go watch the thousands and thousands and thousands of other stories about heroes that have to die at the end. Godzilla -1 is 100% a story about the value of human life. It's truly. I don't think that Takashi Yamazaki set out to tell that story exactly. I don't think he said to himself, let me tell a story that's an affirmation of life. Again, he heard the music, and the music led him to that place, naturally, is my impression of it. But I think that, I don't know, I think Takashi Yamazaki deserves, of course, amazing credit for the phenomenal achievement that film is. It's one of my top 10 favorite films of all time at this point. However, I also think it was somewhat lightning in a bottle. I think it was sort of the equivalent of Back to the Future for Robert Zemeckis. I feel like Godzilla -1 was sort of that for Takashi Yamazaki. And if he makes he's working on a sequel, I think it'll be great. I think I'm going to love it. But I don't know that it will ever quite be what -1 was. And the reason why is because -1 was just such a unique combination of elements. It was the historical backdrop of the absolute nihilistic meat grinder of World War II. World War II, I mean, people... I don't think people fully understand how destructive that war was. I mean, it was 60... By the way, this is our best estimate. Some estimates are higher. But 60 million people worldwide died during World War II. 60 million. And guess what? Most of them were civilians. And most civilians killed during World War II, by a vast margin, were killed by the Axis powers, of course. The Axis powers killed vastly more, higher percentages of civilians than any other side. But the point is, humanity just engaged in a bloodbath that was staggering. That was absolutely staggering. And, the next one would probably be 1,000 times worse. So we don't even want to go there. But my point is, you have the Japanese, the Imperial Japanese death cult, right, is in ruins. And their aspirations have reduced their country to ruins, and you have Shkishkima, who literally, the defining aspect of his character in the beginning of the story is that he was destined to die. He was a kamikaze, sacrificial lamb for a barbaric state, and his purpose was to die. That's the opening image of the film. He disobeyed. He cheated that fate, right? And the moral framework of World War II Japan was that he's a coward, he's a failure. His neighbor says this to him in the beginning of the film. I think it's one of the most powerful scenes in the film, when he's in the ruins and the wreckage of Tokyo, and his neighbor sees him and realizes, wait, you were a kamikaze, what are you still doing here? And she slaps him. And she's like, look what you did. Cowards like you are the reason this happened. That's what she says to him, right? I think that's so important because it establishes the old barbaric, life is cheap, life is it's either a weapon or a tool or something to be used and discarded. That was the moral framework of World War II Japan, and In a larger sense, it was the moral framework of all of humanity as we were slaughtering each other for 6 bloody years all over the world. And he represents that. Godzilla shows up and represents our punishment for those sins, which is why he's such an excellent monster, right? And then the rest of the film is Kishkima wrestling with the fact that he doesn't deserve to live, and the entire film makes the argument. From the beginning of the film, it is making the argument that this was wrong, that life is not cheap, it's actually precious, that victory does not necessarily require unlimited amounts of death and sacrifice and destruction, that sometimes victory requires the courage to embrace life and to live for something instead of living against something. Living for love rather than dying for hate. I just think that was the thematic thrust of the entire film. And Kishkima, it's not just Kishkima that changes by the end. Kishkima is the last character in the film to acknowledge this lesson, by the way. Because you have Tachibana, the guy on the island who tells him it's his fault that all the guys got killed and that he's a coward. You have his neighbor who slaps him and tells him he's a coward. And at the end of the film, it's those characters that are actually telling him that he has a place in this world and wanting him to live and encouraging him to live. And he's the last character to embrace this lesson at the end of the film. And so I think that is the entire moral framework of the story. If he had completed his mission, there would have been no one to stop Godzilla. And Godzilla would have wrecked Tokyo. Because he lives, an orphaned little girl has a father, and another orphaned woman has a husband, and a neighbor who lost her children and her entire family has an extended family to care for and to be cared for by, and the young people of the country have hope for the future. Like, all those things are possible because of what Kishkima contributes. And so, yeah, you're never going to change my mind. Like, and believe me, the first time I saw the film, it was my instinct too, that like, oh yeah, he dies at the end and he comes down on the parachute. And I thought, oh, that's maybe a little too nice. I really did think that, Starfear. I thought that might be a little too nice. But then the credits are rolling and tears are coming down my face. It was pathetic. It was ugly, crying. I could have made a TikTok video. And I remember all 3 times I saw that film in 4 now, actually. All 4 times I saw that film in theaters, I would just sit and watch the credits roll and listen to the music because it's so good. And that first time, as I'm watching the credits roll and I'm walking out of the theater, I'm like, no, he had to live. He had to, or that story would not have been, it just wouldn't have been the right story. So go watch House of the Dragon, Starfury. You'll get your fill of people dying for causes in that. Lost causes, for that matter. Starfury says, hope in anything from Hollywood died circa 2020 COVID and the woke killed it. Trust me, my dear audience, this has been in the works for 30 years. I had this thought about like how they're talking about how 28 years later is about Brexit and the collapse of society. I have a question. Do leftists ever stop? Do they ever fucking stop whining? Do they ever fucking stop crying about literally everything? It's really pathetic. It's really pathetic. It's really obnoxious. We're all tired of it. Humanity is fucking tired of it. We are tired of these mentally ill, crybaby losers all the time. Oh my God, it's racism. Oh my God, it's sexism. Oh my God, it's homophobia. Oh my God, it's microaggression. Shut the fuck up. Nobody wants to hear your mentally ill garbage anymore. Like, everyone is fucking tired of it. And so my point is, this has been building for years and years and years. These wackos have been running Hollywood as long as I've been alive, but it used to be that a profit incentive and somewhat talented and intelligent people were sort of like the restraints, right, on this going too far. You're right that COVID was when the dam broke, right? That was when the dam broke. That was every leftist wet power fantasy just became possible. COVID allowed the left to accomplish what they've always wanted to accomplish with things like climate change, for example. Climate change, that was the way they were going to get us all locked in our houses. It turns out that COVID was the way they were able to do it. So they were able to live their most perfect power fantasy where everyone can be shamed publicly for any small infraction. You can be shamed for visiting your grandmother. You can be shamed for visiting your grandmother. So they lived that fantasy, and we all got treated to what the world would look like if far-left wackos ran it. And it wasn't a pretty picture. And so I would say the dam broke in kind of two directions. They got everything they wanted all at once, and they had an orgy. They just had an orgy of just cancel culture and just abusing every shred of power they could get. And I'll tell you something, I think it opened a lot of people's eyes to like, wow, this is what these wackos would do if they, this is just a taste. Like this is just the opening. This is just the beginning. So what I'm saying is it looked like an overnight thing. It was not overnight. This is the world that they have been building for us for decades. That was the catalyst. That was the catalyst that made it possible for them to sort of have everything they ever wanted all at once, and they thought they would never have to surrender that power. Do you know, there's been like at least 4 times they've talked about another possible lockdown. They floated this idea 4 or 5 times in the last 2 years. These little articles surface, oh no, there's a new COVID variant. Oh, it's not looking good at all. And it's like, you see what they're doing there? They're testing it out. They want it back so badly. They want that power back so badly. So the good news is they've been hoisted on their own petard. And our job now is to start building new things. So it will take time. It will take time. But in the meantime, it is really fun watching ICE agents shoot these violent protesters in the balls. In the balls. That's what I voted for. I'm serious. The violent protesters in self-defense. The agents are shooting them with non-lethals in the balls. And I'd be lying if I didn't think that was a little bit funny. Now, Anthony Timmons says modern Hollywood destroys everything it touches nowadays. Yeah, they're destroying themselves. But I will say that this is the good news in all of that, is if they had total unchallenged power, we would never have seen all of these films so comprehensively fail and the media be forced to admit that the MCU is failing. And we have, as audiences, the one thing that we still have that they cannot take from us yet is our ability to vote with our wallets. That's the one thing. It's the purest test. It's the purest test. If we're not willing to spend our money on something, they can glaze the project with puff pieces. They can gaslight in the media. They can review bomb. They can hire influencers for TikTok and Instagram, but they can never alter the simple reality that nobody wants to buy their garbage. And that is a level of power that we as the customer have and are flexing. Star Fury says, I only like 3 horror movies, Evil Dead, Evil Dead 2, Evil Dead 3, and The Castle. Isn't that 4? Star Fury? I hate all other horror movies because I am a pussy. What? Really, Star Fury? I wouldn't have thought that. I dare you to watch The Conjuring in the dark alone, Starfury. I double dog dare you. Oh, dude. Dude. I don't think you'll make it. You know what? I dare you to play. Why can't I remember? Oh, Dead Space. Play Dead Space in the dark. Or Alien Isolation. Alien Isolation in the dark. Holy crap, that game. I got all the way to the end of Dead Space. I could not make it to the end of Alien Isolation. It was too much, man. I couldn't handle the adrenaline anymore. It was too terrifying. That freaking alien. Nothing can quite compare to the video gaming experience of hiding in terror under a desk while the alien's clawed legs are like stomping next to it. And it's like, and you hear the, and you're like, oh God, oh no, don't find me. Please don't find me. It's crazy, man. I can't do 50 hours of that. Nobody can. You would have to be a psychopath. Anthony Timmons says, I love horror movies. I just don't like bad horror movies. Yeah, I'm there. I think 90% of horror is trash because 90% of horror is just the same thing over and over again. But every now and then, there's a really good one. And I think the Conjuring universe is really good. Like, those are some of the best ghost movies I've ever seen. I really tend to hate possession movies. And if you've been a fan of the channel, please like and subscribe if you're enjoying the content. I'd appreciate it. I really would. But if you've been here for any number of days, you know that I despise possession movies. Do you know why I despise possession movies? Because it's always the same thing. You have a kid that's been infected with a demon, right? And it's like, and it's all scared. And they're like, oh my God, what are we going to do? It's like, well, just close that door and don't go in there. Just don't go in there. But what do? They go in there and they get the green vomit in the face and all this. And you're like, but the thing is, no matter how much the kid does crawling around the room and stuff like that, it doesn't. Look, the priest, the way the priest is going to defeat the demon is very simple. He's just going to pray more. That's it. That's all he's got to do. Is just pray more and it'll stop. Like, that's not scary. That is not at all scary to me. Oh no. Oh, he's saying mean things about your mother. The demon is. So what? That's not scary. Just pray, just read the Bible some more. And it'll, wave the cross a little more. And they are the least scary horror movies there are, is possession. Everyone thinks that possession stories are the scariest. They are the least scary. However, there are exceptions. And the Conjuring universe kind of blends the ghost story with the possession story in a really clever way. It actually works really well, and it makes it so that, like, these ghosts can kill. That's the thing that makes the Conjuring universe so great, is that the ghosts have a level of lethality. Like there is a point at which they can kill you. And I enjoy that. I enjoy that a lot because it makes them actually scary. Redoubt Productions is in the chat and says, yes, let's seek help from Rafe Fiennes. Totally trustworthy. Anthony Timmons says, I started watching horror movies when I was a kid, so I've been a fan since the 60s. The zombies in World War Z scared the shit out of me. Honestly, they just looked like CGI mountains, moving CGI mountains to me, and I thought that just did not scare me at all. Starfury says, I saw a horror movie on VHS when I was 10. I wasn't supposed to. Scared the living shit out of me, and I've never been able to watch horror movies since. Yeah, ditto. So I was like, I don't know, maybe 8 or 9, and I was supposed to be in bed, but I snuck out, and they were watching Freddy Krueger. And so I saw that movie when I was like 8 or 9, and my mom still tells me how freaking terrible that was because I was basically a wreck for quite some time after that. Starfury says, Superman looks mediocre at best, makes no more than 500 million pounds sterling. Honestly, that is the outcome that would make me the least happy. I would be the least happy if it was mediocre. Because that would mean that it's not bad enough to get any meaningful criticism, and it's not bad enough to maybe fail at the box office, which means they'll just make more of this trash. And also, just from a personal enjoyment standpoint, like that's the least desirable scenario. If it's trash, okay, I can laugh at it and walk out of the theater. If it's amazing, which is the number one, that's my most desired scenario, then that's great. That's what I want. But mediocrity, oh God, that would be the worst. Anthony Timmons says, my first one was Dracula in 1931. I was 8 and watched it while hiding behind my mother's sofa. Yeah, that's pretty much how I experienced Freddy Krueger. Staffjord says, there is only one true great DC superhero, and that is the Batman. But they will mess that up as well. They will crack that up. All I know is that Penguin series has me actually excited for another Matt Reeves Batman film. I'm into it now. I really want to see the Batman too. But James Gunn doesn't like that Batman universe. So great. You know, it's like on the one hand, he seems to have an understanding of himself as an artist and his role in everything. And how to get at the Superman character. On the other hand, just take the win. Just make another Batman film. Why do you have to keep reinventing the wheel every damn year? Starfree says, Gunn said he cracked Superman because of crypto. What a dick. Well, yes, and that was probably before I addressed that issue. Again, I understand why people's knee-jerk reaction is that sounds really silly. And maybe this is also the reason why oftentimes I think writers, directors, I don't always think it's a good idea for them to tell the public at large how they get at things, because it's very insider. It's very inside baseball. You know, it's the, like, for example, films about writers writing books generally are boring. Because it's boring to see someone sitting at a typewriter writing something. So I always cringe a little when a story is about a writer. Now, there are exceptions, such as adaptation, although I would argue that adaptation, the film with Nicolas Cage, is kind of a movie about a writer written for writers. I kind of think. But my point is that what James Gunn was saying with that is not, he was not saying that I thought the dog was cool and that helped me understand Superman. I think that's how an audience hears that in a different way than he means it. He's saying that as a writer, it was what gave him a window into the character that allowed him to kind of see the rest of the character and how it all plays out. It's what allowed him to hear the music of the character, is what I would say. And which makes a lot of sense to me, because Superman caring for his dog that's a very, it's the same thing as like John Wick viewing the dog that his late wife gave him as a gift as a symbol of her love and her grace and his, being forgiven for his life of sin and all those sorts of things. Like, that's all bound up in the dog, right? That's the window into the wider personality of John Wick. And so I think that is the way that James Gunn means it. He doesn't mean that crypto's the most important part of Superman's life. He's saying that was kind of the entry point of beginning to see the character as a whole, right? Honestly, I think that's how it is with every single fictional character that you write. It always, for me at least, it always starts with a very specific aspect of the character. It always starts with a very specific feeling I have about the character, and then from there it sort of starts to expand. Something as simple as a man loving his dog, it may sound silly, but something that simple can really be a window into a much more complex character. For example, my character of John Sullivan in Blood and Oak, my sword and sails adventure story about American sailors fighting the Barbary pirates in early America, my window into his character was the idea of his love. I would say that I narrowed it down to his feeling of having failed to protect his sister. That's basically the kind of element of his character, the kind of thread in his character that allowed me to sort of expand from there. And it was the idea that he viewed himself, when he was a teenager, he viewed himself as, because his sister was like many years younger than him, so he viewed himself as her protector and her guardian. And when the Barbary pirates enslaved him and his family, there was nothing he could do. He had no ability to protect her, and he had only just before that moment promised her he always would. And so it's completely irrational on John's part that he holds himself, he torments himself over this. 5 years after the event, he still torments himself over this failure, right? He views it as a failure, which is completely irrational. It wasn't his fault, and there was nothing he could have done. That's the nature of being at the mercy of a bunch of armed pirates. There's nothing you can do. And he projects that feeling of blame towards himself also onto his father, who also could have done nothing in that situation. But he projects that onto his father as well, and it becomes a focus of kind of his feeling of resentment for his father, which really is quite unhealthy. It's quite twisted in his character, because truly he loved his father greatly. He admired his father greatly, and he could not reconcile the image of seeing his father having to surrender to these pirates who were carrying off his whole family in chains. He could not reconcile in his soul that image, and so he mutated that shocking event into my father failed us, and I failed as well. And that's how he sees it. And it animates his entire quest for revenge. It animates everything he does in the story. So my point is, there's a lot to the character, but that little focal point of I failed to protect my sister is kind of like that's like that little entry point that lets you see the character on a wider scale. So when James Gunn says that Krypto allowed him to see the rest of Superman's character, I totally get that. I totally understand that. And I understand why audiences don't hear it the way I think he meant it. Because it's an inside thing. It's an artist talking about the creative process. And that is it's going to sound very woo-woo to most people. Like most people, it's going to sound very woo-woo. It's going to sound very, silly. But that's how it is when you're creating things. It's such a... That's why I say it's like hearing the music. You either hear it or you don't. It's just that simple. You can say, well, just read the comics and just see the character for what he is, and I'll tell you who Superman is. Well, that's all well and good. But to literally create the story that is going to move people, that is going to connect people with the character, you still have got to hear the music. And if you don't hear it, you don't hear it. And I'll tell you something. That's what worried me about James Gunn in the beginning, is I felt like he was taking on a project that just isn't his style. It's not in his wheelhouse. This isn't the kind of character he understands or wants to write, right? But he's sort of forcing himself to write this character. And that was my number one concern with James Gunn and this project in the beginning. He's forcing himself to write a character that he doesn't understand or feel, and it's not that he can't intellectually understand the character, it's that he can't emotionally, somatically feel that character. So ironically, while most people think that this is a really silly thing that James Gunn said, I think it's actually a really reassuring thing to hear from James Gunn, is that he had this moment of like, aha, that's him, that's Superman. I understand that. I really do. So I don't think it's as bad a sign as people think it is. I think it's a good sign. Starfury says, I like the distinction. I like the older style horror films. Redoubt Production says, just let me know whenever the slot begins to comatose you, Captain. I'll start probing you with the blue gender questions so you can get back on your feet. Okay, now if you Now that's going to sound really weird to everyone that... That's going to sound really weird, okay? That's not what you think. I'm going to start probing you with blue gender. What? What does that mean? Our dear Redoubt Productions is, of course, referring to the anime Blue Gender, which is the best anime of all time. It's my absolute favorite. It's the coolest post-apocalyptic world I've ever seen. So yeah, pepper me with questions. We'll get to them. Anthony Timmons says, what I love about the old Universal and Hammer movies is how they set the mood with the proper application of atmosphere, the play on light versus shadow. I think you would dig Nosferatu. The remake of Nosferatu, Anthony Timmons, I highly recommend it. I think you'd enjoy it a lot. Wrangler says, and ahoy, Wrangler, welcome aboard, sir. Says, the score can change everything. It certainly can. Universal is in the chat. Says, greetings and salutations. Greetings, Universal. Good to see you. Starfury says, frack me. I just found Ming Na Wen was in Street Fighter the movie. She looked hot. All right. Settle down, Starfury. Settle down. The chat is thirsty today. I don't know why. Yeah, guess what? Guess what I did on the last Cobra cast? I did a $10 super chat, and I requested D-Day Cobra to roast me as if I was accusing him of being a Mossad agent. And it was hilarious. It was hilarious. Universal says, reading old messages, top 3 horror movies, anyone? Yes, we will. My top three horror movies. You know, I'm not as a rule like a huge fan of horror, so I don't actually I don't have that like a ready answer for you, but let me think. Well, I would say The Conjuring is definitely one of my top 3 horror films of all time. I thought exceptional, really, really exceptional and terrifying. So I would say The Conjuring. I would say The Shining. Yes, I think The Shining would definitely be one of my top horror films of all time. The Shining, The Conjuring, and The Reckoning. No, I don't know. I'm just... The Happening. The Happening! No, not The Happening. That's one of the dumbest films of all time. Why is M. Night Shyamalan? Why? Horror movies. There's so many to choose from. That's why I'm hesitating here, because I have some ideas of what I would say. I'm tempted to say Tremors. Tremors is such a good movie. If you've never seen Tremors, oh my God, it's just one of the ultimate films of all time. It just is. Tremors is amazing. I don't know, because within that question are different elements. Are you asking me what is the scariest film of all time? Like, that's a different sort of answer to me than what is the greatest. But I would probably say the original, like the very first Scream movie. The very first Scream movie, I would say, is maybe in my top 3. Because I love how that film blended a kind of parody of the genre, but also was a really good slasher film at the same time. I would say that The Shining, though, is definitely probably my favorite. Probably the best up there. Batman 2 is shelved, says Universal. Yeah, I know. It is and it isn't. It isn't. I mean, I think Nerdrotic's take on this is the most accurate. That it's wait and see. They're going to see how Superman does, and they're using it as a plan B. What else is in the chat? I know, Kaiju number 8. I'm working on it, Starfury. You're going to have to be patient with me on that one, because I've literally watched almost nothing. I've had no time for almost anything lately, Starfury, because I'm working on a lot of stuff right now. All right, cool. So we are going... Fu Man Blue is in the chat. Ahoy, Fu Man Blue! Fumab, what speaks to how unqualified James Gunn is to write Superman? Or the crypto thing? Is it the crypto thing? I am very much of the mind wait and see. I just am. Starfear says, weirdest horror movie you like? Captain Kronos, Vampire Hunter. Weirdest horror movie that I like? Oh, I know exactly. Creepshow. I saw that when I was in 4th grade, of all things. It's an anthology film with like 3 short Stephen King stories. That's a great one. Creepshow. So now let's do. We're gonna do the next thing in the stack of stuff now. Oh, there actually is surprisingly a lot to. Okay. We are going to do the Critical Drinker video, Crash and Burn, the Rachel Zegler story. I cannot get enough Schadenfreude enjoyment of Rachel Zegler. Because she's an absolute character study in not just Hollywood elitism, not just the corporate DEI garbage, but she is the poster child for how a left-wing psychopathic wacko just destroys herself with hatred. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. So that's on tap. We've also got some Star Trek stuff, and there's this new game coming out, Chrono Odyssey. I was excited to play it, but it's now looking like maybe that's a no-go. So all of that is coming up on the Captain's Cast after this short break. And we are back. We are back here on the Captain's Cast. And yes, I'm just reading the chat. Nothing directed at the Captain at this time. Talk amongst yourselves, chat. I'm just here to 10 bar, at the pub. Now then. Okay, the fall of Rachel Zegler. Where is my link, Mr. Producer? I need the link. There it is. The title is one of the best parts. Now, I have not seen this. It's crazy because as a streamer, which I suppose I am now, I am a streamer. And I often will see things. I need to, that dark mode, please, Mr. Producer. It's significantly, there we go. Oh my God, that's so much better. Okay, so before I was a streamer, I watched everything. And now that I'm a streamer, there's something, it's like the thing I most want to watch, I bookmark it for this live stream, and I don't watch it because I want to watch it with you. And so it's weird. It's weird because, like, it'll be, oh, that looks so good. All right, I'm going to save that for the Captain's Cast. And then I have to wait. I have to wait until Sunday to see it. And this is one of those things where I'm like, oh my God, I cannot wait to see this. So, hat tip, critical drinker. Put a like on that. And, okay, here we go.
So, I was lying on my bathroom.
This is the, what was the title? Crash and Burn, the Rachel Zegler story.
Room floor this morning, trying to work out if the stains on my t-shirt were kebab sauce or blood, or both, when a thought occurred to me. If there's food left in a house that's burning down, there's probably a point where it's perfectly cooked. It's about...
Also, Fu Man Blue says, this is incredible, Fu Man Blue. This is really incredible. 124 weeks of streams, and Captain Garrett isn't sure if he's a streamer. Yeah, that's that. Welcome to. Yeah, pretty much.
About time I started a new series on this channel. But what to talk about? What aspect of the film industry could I look at this time? Then it hit me.
It's Hollywood, baby.
Oh, that is brilliant, sir.
Stories of celebrities that have nuked their own careers and crashed out of Hollywood in spectacular fashion go back almost as far as movies themselves. But man, I don't think it's ever been as prevalent as it is right now. So why not delve a little deeper into their life stories, have a few laughs.
Star Fury says, perhaps when he reaches 125 weeks. Well, maybe. Maybe. We'll see.
Along the way, and maybe learn a thing or two about how not to succeed in the movie business. So, without further ado,
oh my
I
God.
bring you...
Oh my God. What is... Dude, it's one thing to be a Hollywood weirdo. It's another thing to walk around and look like an advertisement for mental illness. Literally mental illness. I'm looking at this picture, this Cynthia Erivo. This chick is out of her mind. The shell has cracked off the nut. Now, Cynthia Erivo is out of her mind, crazy, as is Ariana Grande, total wackadoodle. And yet, their performances in Wicked are incredible. Their singing is brilliant. Like, this is the crazy thing about it, man. I watch Wicked, and after seeing all their crazy interviews, and I'm like, they are really good at their jobs because they seem in the movie, they seem like kind of normal, likable people. Then you see them in the red carpet. Yeah, think about this. Think about this. This chick, Cynthia Erivo, she's playing in the film Wicked. She is playing the character Elphaba, who is literally a Wicked Witch character. She is playing a Wicked Witch. Okay? She seems more like an actual Wicked Witch in real life than in the fictional portrayal of her character. You know what I'm saying? I'm saying that the character of Elphaba seems more normal, likable, and rational than the actual human being, Cynthia Erivo, on the red carpet. How does that make any sense? I'm just saying. Fu Man Blue says, Fu Man Blue, you're too kind. You're too kind. You said you're my favorite streamer, so you can imagine my confusion. Well, thank you, Fu Man Blue. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Like and subscribe, says Universal. Thank you, Universal. The new Jesus has appeared. Oh, that's not necessary, Star Fury, please. No, just kidding. He's talking about... I don't actually know who you're referring to, Star Fury, but in any case, your acerbic sense of humor is, as always, appreciated and greatly admired. Indispensable, really, in the Swords and Starships chat. Redoubt Production says, we should have a poll to determine if the captain has earned the rank of streamer. Anthony, I suppose we should. Can I do that? Where's my... I need a poll. Start a poll. Is Captain Garrett of the Swords and Starships channel a streamer? There you go. So we'll see how that goes. It's a real. What's the word I'm looking for? It'll bake your noodle, that question. It really will. Does he get a plaque and a certificate? Someday, I suppose. Oh, that's what you're talking about, Starfury. He says, Arrivo has been tapped to play Jesus in a remake of Jesus Christ Superstar. See. Look, if you don't like Christianity, whatever. But the fact of the matter is, the idea that God is not male or shouldn't be male or is neither male nor female, now that may be a belief you have in other religions, but in Christianity, the fact that God is male and is presented as male in the Bible is for a very important reason. And if you're curious about that, I highly recommend The Rational Bible by... Why is his first name escaping me? Come on now. It's... I cannot remember his first... It's Prager. It's Prager of PragerU. I just can't remember his first name for some reason. Is it Daniel Prager? Dennis Prager. Okay, that's it. I just couldn't remember his first name. Dennis Prager has wrote a book called The Rational Bible, which basically goes through the actual Bible and he explains the historical context and reasoning behind things, and it's really fascinating. And he explains why God is specifically a father figure in the Hebrew Bible, which Christians know as the Old Testament. But anyway, quite fascinating. So yeah, the idea of a woman being Jesus is very typical of feminists and leftists who are historical, cultural, scientific, mathematical illiterates. They are illiterate. They don't know anything. And most of what they know is based on a lie that they heard from another wacko leftist. So did Tom vote no? Fu Man Blue says Tom voted no. I think Star Fury voted no. That's my theory. I'm at 80% yes, I am a streamer. This is good. This is auspicious. She makes Chris Tucker's character in The Fifth Element look like he could be a normal person, says Anthony Timmons. That is 100% accurate, Anthony Timmons. Which is crazy, too, because Chris Tucker's character in The Fifth Element was meant to be an over-the-top, like, very futuristic portrayal of just an almost dystopian level of celebrity insanity, and he looks tame by comparison with how celebrities actually are right now. Thank you, Wranglers, too. I didn't see it in time. Dennis Prager. Okay, anyway, enough of that. Back to the video. Roll tape. Star Fury says, yes, I voted no. I thought he would keep it close to the vest, you know? I thought he would just, let him guess a little. No, he's like, oh, it's me. Oh, it's me. Never change, Star Fury. New poll in the chat. Can I do 2 at a time? I don't think you can do 2 at a time. You have to end the first. But the next poll should be, should Star Fury ever become a kinder, gentler Star Fury? Yes or no? And that better be 100% no. It better be 100%. I will ban the chat.
Crash and Burn, a story of celebrity failure. And truly, we're starting off strong with this one. Celebrity meltdowns don't get much more dramatic and spectacular than Rachel Zegler, a girl who single-handedly transformed herself from an up-and-coming darling of Hollywood to one of the most nuclear-grade toxic celebrities in the entire movie industry. And how did she manage it? Well, pull up a chair and let me tell you a tale. Our story begins in New Jersey back in 2001 when Rachel Zegler was born to Colombian and Polish parents. Damn man, that's a hell of a combination. Anyway, she went the typical theatre kid route and starred in a bunch of stage shows where she quickly discovered a talent for acting and singing, and even started a YouTube channel where she would cover popular movie songs.
I love how It's a Gundam calls her a gassed up mid. It's so true.
Standard stuff so far, and that might have been as far as it went, were it not for Steven Spielberg, who in 2018 was looking to cast Latino.
Okay, real question, chat. Who would you rather? Who would you rather? AOC? That would be Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez? Or Rachel Zegler? Who would you rather?
Actors for his upcoming remake of West Side Story. Young Rachel saw her chance and soon shot to the top of the list for the part of Maria, beating out literally tens of thousands of other hopefuls in the process. Well done, Rachel. The film would ultimately bomb at the box office, but Rachel didn't care. It had put her on the map, and now that her name was out there, she was determined to make the most of it, no matter who she had to piss off in the process. The first real sign of things to come was her
Star Fury says, I am not ashamed. AOC. Oh, Star Fury likes the, that I should have known. The big booty Latina. That's you know, you do have a soft spot for the Latinas, such as J-Lo and Atlas. That's pretty funny.
Her behaviour at the 94th Academy Awards, where she was left out of the West Side Story guest list, probably because there's like 200 characters in that film. But Rachel wasn't about to take this shit lying down, and immediately began bitching about it on social media, basically bullying and guilt-tripping the Academy into not just an invite, but an actual presentation gig as well. I mean, if nothing else, you've got to respect the sheer balls of this fucking 20-year-old nobody lecturing the biggest film organisation on the planet about what she's entitled to. Don't worry though, entitlement would soon prove to be a running theme of Rachel Zegler's career. While all this was going on, she'd also landed a supporting role in Shazam 2, which wasn't exactly career-making stuff, but rather the kind of easy, undemanding job that actors take for a quick payday. The thing is though, you're not supposed to say that part out loud, but that's exactly what she did during the film's press tour.
What made you want to step into this world of DC heroes? I needed a job. I'm being so serious.
It was like she had no filter, no idea of what's appropriate to say, no understanding that she was basically shitting on the film before it was even released. A film that was literally the second role of her entire career by that point. You're not quite so high that you can look down on movies like Shazam 2, Rachel. Anyway, the film...
No, Universal. You can't say neither, Universal. That's not how it works. That's not how it works. Star Fury says, a big booty will always turn my head. Oh, jeez. I'm regretting asking this question.
The film would go on to flop at the box office, making 2 flops in a row for Rachel, but that's okay though because she had her eyes on an even bigger prize by this point. In 2021, Zegler truly hit the big time when she was cast as the lead role in Disney's Snow White. The powers that be in Hollywood were clearly working to position her as the next big thing. Young, talented, diverse and confident. A mini girl boss in the making, if you will. She was going to be the new Jennifer Lawrence, the face of the next generation of Hollywood starlets that would lead the industry for the next decades. Unfortunately, with all that fame and success came increased attention. People were actually listening to what she had to say now, and holy shit, did Zegler have a lot to say. Now, you've all seen her infamous red carpet interviews, so I'm not going to subject you to another tedious montage of it, but the point here is that her comments didn't go down quite the way she'd anticipated.
Ahoy! Dexter's Ghost has arrived. Welcome to the chat. Dexter's Ghost says, yes, our studio already uses AI. We just don't advertise it. Huge money saver. Yeah, I think I sort of feel like Anakin. And why is it going down? It's 62% yes. Who's tracking down my score? Is Captain Garrett a streamer? And it is now 62% yes, 38% no. 8 votes in. You see, Fu Man Blue, this kind of backs me up a little. 124 episodes. I'm not sure if I'm a streamer yet. Even the chat isn't sure. Says, what was I saying? Oh, yeah. I do not fear AI as you do, Obi-Wan. I don't fear AI. I think it is a tool. I think it is a tool that will liberate us from Hollywood. Now, it's going to naturally... See, I think that CGI resulted in a lot of garbage being created because there was no longer the limitation of having to be creative with practical effects. But when used properly, CGI is an excellent tool. And I feel the exact same way about AI. There's going to be a lot of AI slop. AI is going to result in a lot of garbage, a lot of recycled garbage, but those who use it well are going to be able to create really awesome things with it. So I am mostly friendly towards it. Dexter's Ghost says, I saw the end of my job a couple of years ago, got ahead of the tech, luckily. Well, that's good to hear. Good to hear, Dexter. Dexter's Ghost. Starfhere says, AI will liberate us from breathing. Probably. No, I've said it before. Literally, 50 years from now. Well, in my case, probably not 50. Like 30 or 40 years from now, when we're living in the ashes of civilization and we're fighting the war against the machines, and the youngsters, like the 20-something crowd, will be around the campfire while we're all, cooking rats on a stick, because that's all there is to eat. And they're going to be asking us, hey, did any of you ever think when you were kids that this was going to happen, that these machines were going to take over and try and kill us all? And they're going to expect to hear us say, no, it was, we thought things were going great and everything was fine. And then one day, machines gained intelligence and tried to kill us all. And we were like, what did we ever do? And that's the answer they think they're going to get. But the answer they're actually going to get is we're going to say, well, we actually all grew up with movies predicting this exact thing was going to happen. In fact, it was a lot of movies. They're going to be like, was it a lot of movies? Or just like 1 or 2 movies that were just really good and really prescient? No, it was basically every single science fiction movie that dealt with AI. Every single one for 4 decades basically predicted this. Oh, so that must have made you really motivated to try and get the AI banned. And you probably were like, oh, let's definitely not encourage this. Let's not purchase it. But all these rich and powerful people created it anyway. It will be like, well, no, actually, we all bought the latest cell phones and we all downloaded the AI apps onto our phones. And we actually started buying AI robots and we actually started using it to create art. And we started asking it for things. And they're like, but So you didn't think this was going to... No, we knew this was going to happen, and we demanded more AI all the time. We're really sorry. We just couldn't help ourselves. That's the story we're going to tell him. We knew exactly what was going to happen, and we did it anyway. In any case, Dexter's Ghost says AI will empower small artist groups to create high-quality art. I have to end this poll. It's getting bad. Oh, no. It's 55-45. It's 55-45. It's dropping rapidly. Oh, wait. So it is now 55% say no, I'm not a streamer. There. Thank you. Thank you. My point exactly. Wrangler says the machines won't kill us. We're way too entertaining for them to get rid of us. Maybe. Chooch McGee says nothing wrong with being a niche. People still buy vinyl records. True. And in fact, one might argue that the niche is more powerful than ever. So in any case, roll tape, we're going to continue with Crash and Burn, the Rachel Zegler story. Fu Man Blue says this poll was a terrible idea. Right. If I were a streamer who knew what I was doing, I wouldn't have run a poll that said, am I a streamer? I wouldn't have done it.
For most people, this was their first real introduction to Rachel Zegler, and it wasn't a good one. She came across as arrogant, entitled and self-absorbed, casually insulting and dismissing the original Snow White, and banging on about the new film being made for modern audiences. Fuck. Just what nobody wanted to see. Now, in her defense, I still believe that she was delivering talking points given to her by the studio, but there is a way to get those kind of points across without sounding like an obnoxious arsehole. And she didn't do it. This stuff all came at the worst possible time in Hollywood history.
So true. By the way, we have new members in the chat. That would be Chooch McGee and Dexter's Ghost. So in the description of the video, and for anyone lurking, there is a link to our Discord, the Swords and Starships Discord. Join the conversation. The captain does check in frequently on the Discord.
Too, when the whole remade for modern audiences bubble was about to burst. The result? A social media firestorm the likes of which has never been seen before or probably since. Even Brie Larson in her Captain Marvel heyday never came close to the level of backlash directed at Snow White, and more specifically at Rachel Zegler. For a lot of people, she basically became the personification of everything they disliked about modern Hollywood. A spoiled, entitled, and not particularly talented manufactured celebrity elevated to a position she didn't deserve, and without the humility or self-awareness to even be grateful for it. Disney were forced to go into full-blown panic mode, delaying the movie by more than a year while they waited for the backlash to die down, and even putting Zegler on a humiliating, carefully stage-managed apology tour in the hopes of softening her public image. And to some extent, it did kind of work. The marginal success of the new Hunger Games movie in 2023 helped to maintain the illusion that she was still somewhat popular. Unfortunately, it didn't last long. The problems really began, well, anytime she opened her mouth and went off script. And they could only shut her up for so long. When the first trailer for Snow White landed in August 2024, Zegler immediately took to social media to thank her fans for it, even though the trailer got ratioed into oblivion.
Oh, stop Fury! No! No, we can't say that! You can't say that, Star Fury! I can't even say what he said. I'll get in trouble.
One of the most unpopular in YouTube history, but even then she couldn't resist dropping in a political hot take, this time weighing in on the Israel-Palestine conflict. Because truly, if there's anyone out there qualified to talk about complex geopolitical issues stretching back thousands of years, it's a spoiled 22-year-old theatre brat that's never even worked a normal job in her entire life.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton.
It is true. I don't disagree. Let's put it that way.
If it pays off for them.
Once again, another firestorm erupted, and once again Disney were forced to go into damage control mode, this time assigning her a social media manager, and even having producer Mark Platt fly halfway across the country to personally reprimand her and ask her to take down the post. And she fucking refused. You know, there's such a thing as overplaying your hand, but Zegler was trying to play before she'd even been dealt her cards. The fact is, you can only get away with being this much of a headache for the studio if you're a proven heavyweight at the box office with a track record of making serious money for the studio, and Zegler had nothing but a handful of flops and one minor success to her name. But still she didn't stop. From then on, there was just no shutting this girl up. She weighed in on everything from immigration to women's rights to the American election, and every time she opened her mouth, she drove more people away from the movie. She even managed to piss off her Snow White co-star, who funnily enough didn't share her opinion on the whole Israel-Palestine thing, and the tension between them at the 2025 Oscars was so thick you could practically cut it with a butter knife. March of 2025 would prove to be Judgment Day for Snow White and Zegler in particular. And well, you don't need me to tell you how that one went down. In fact, it became one of the biggest bombs in Disney history, getting absolutely savage reviews and losing the studio hundreds of millions of dollars. Now there was just no hiding it anymore. Zegler had basically gambled her entire career on the success of this film, and she lost big time.
Oh no! What happened? What? Oh no! How terrible!
I love that word, Anthony Timmons. It's an excellent word, and it fits. It definitely fits.
That's just awful. How terrible. Oh no.
So what was the fallout of all of this? Well, it seems like Zegler's career might be over before it even began. With an absolutely toxic public image, a reputation for causing problems behind the scenes, and no major successes to prop her up, she just doesn't have the political capital in Hollywood to absorb this kind of failure. No casting director in his right mind is going to put her in a high-profile movie at this point. She's got no major film or TV projects coming up, and seems to have retreated back into theatre roles with a West End production of Evita, which apparently isn't doing too well either. There just doesn't seem to be a way back for her, or if there is, it's going to be a very long and hard road. Rachel Zegler really was her own worst enemy in this case. She went from the darling of Hollywood, on the verge of being the next big leading lady, to an unemployable disaster, and ultimately a sad footnote in movie history. A flash in the pan who died out as quickly as she began because she just couldn't learn to shut the fuck up. She really did crash in...
It's so true, man. It's so true. It's like, you know, it's so funny. It's so accurate to call her a gassed up mid, right? Because the ideology goes something like this. She is a stunning and brave woman, and she needs to take up space, and she needs to use her voice, and she needs to advocate for social justice in the world, and she needs to do all that. And I don't know if I could say it, Anthony. It's terms of service, man. Now, and she says it involves the word waffle and something before waffle. Okay, I don't know if I could say it, and we must render unto Caesar what is Caesar. You understand what I'm saying? And so the ideology that she's swimming in all the time is telling her that she has every right. Now, first of all. If she believes her own left-wing ideology, and by left-wing, I mean identity politics, DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion, activism, stunning and brave activism, she believes all of this, folks, and everyone in her orbit, directors, actors, writers, agents, producers, they are all telling her, especially co-stars, everybody, all of her social media followers, they're all telling her that the modern audience wants to hear this, that audiences crave the diversity. They crave to hear that the original Snow White is trash. Trash. It is garbage that was made in the racist 1930s. Screw Walt Disney. He was a slave owner. Walt Disney was a slave owner. That's what they want to hear. Everyone and she knows is telling her this. The problem is most of these people also understand that it's a bunch of bullshit, and that yeah, we all say that, but really, like, but you know, don't piss off your producer. But you know, if they tell you to like shut the fuck up, then just shut the fuck up. See, she took all of that nonsense literally. She thinks that when she was out there trashing the original Snow White and she was out there demanding to be paid, if I have to stand in this dress, she was just doing what she was told. She was simply taking her own ideology literally, right? What she is too dumb to understand is that anyone that is successful in Hollywood is smart enough to know that all that pablum that they're spewing and virtue signaling all the time, it's like, oh yeah, it all sounds good, but in the real world, if you want to be hired, you need to not be a pain in the ass. Because if you're a pain in the ass, they're not going to tell you you're fired. They're just going to never go near you ever again. And she said, but I'm stunning and brave woman. You have to hire me. And it's like, oh, you are stunning and brave, and someone will definitely hire you. It's just, not this time, See, she believed in the fantasy. She believed in the dream. And that was her mistake. Believing that any of the lies that she spews on a daily basis, you see, her mistake was to actually believe the lies. In the real world, insulting your audience, insulting your customer, demanding things from your boss that you think you deserve, whether they like it or not, attempting to publicly humiliate your co-stars, your customers, and your leadership on your social media, all of those things make you, in a word, radioactive. In a word, unhireable. That's the real world. When you put aside all the leftist bullshit twaddle, that's reality. And that's her problem. She simply believed what she's always been told. In a way, I almost feel sorry for her.
Burn in the most spectacular manner, and in this case, she's got no one to blame but herself. Anyway, that's all I've got for today. Go away now.
Hat tip critical drinker. That was very enjoyable. Who doesn't want to relive the fall of the Zegler?
Movie adaptations of popular video games.
Star Fury says, Rachel, take this quarter, go downtown and get a rat to gnaw that thing off your face. Yes. Nice John Candy reference. Well, that was Uncle Buck, if memory serves. Anthony Timmons says, the more I look at her upon reflection, I don't think Zegler is worthy of that title, so I'm going to downgrade her to a dingleberry. I think I can say dingleberry. Can I say, Lieutenant Producer, can I say dingleberry on YouTube? Well, you're supposed to know these things. No, I don't pay you because it's called sweat equity. That means I pay you later when your equity has value. You have value. That's not what you know what I meant. Oh, there's no talking to you when you're like this. Star Fury. Fu Man Blue says you had to go there, Star Fury. Yeah, okay, we're ending the poll. Well, we can't end the poll now. It's 50-50. We're ending the poll. There it is. 12 votes. We have 6 votes say yes, Captain Garrett of the Swords and Starships channel is a streamer, and 50% say no. And I consider both a compliment, to be quite frank. The captain pays the producer off camera. Yeah. I do. With praise and gratitude. And really, that's all you need when you get right down to it. Now, I was intrigued. I don't know if we'll watch this whole video because it's kind of a long one. I was intrigued by this new game. I was literally looking for it last night. I'm like, I'm going to buy this game. I'm going to play it. I am desperate. I am desperate for a new open world, customizable, story-driven RPG that's not full of a bunch of woke garbage. Like Dragon Age Veilguard. And I thought, this looks interesting. Chrono Odyssey. It's a Korean, therefore it's not a radioactive Western AAA game developer. It's a Korean game developer, and I thought, well, this looks good. And then, unfortunately, folks, I got the bad news. So, hat tip, Asmongold, and I'm going to react to Asmongold reacting to Weight Odds. I know, it's very incestuous, but, it's the world we live in.
A lot of people haven't liked this game. There's been a lot of negativity about it.
Wow, this is easily one of the coolest trailers I've seen for an MMO in years.
True.
Sure, the game is being published by Korean developers who have a pretty shaky track record regarding monetization and game quality, but
no, guys, this time it's going to be different. No, it's not going to be pay to win this time or broken. No, this time they mean it for real.
The trailer looks so good that I might be able to put aside my previous biases and actually enjoy this game. I mean, it can't be any worse than Lost Ark or BDO or Bless Online or Blade & Soul or Throne and Liberty, right? Right? Well,
I mean, this game looks absolutely like my jam. Like, this looks great. It looks like just the thing I've been wanting.
Folks, if you wanted a game that utilizes New World's user interface and weapon system, but in a less functioning and poor manner while not being able to enter obviously open spaces with your ridiculous-looking Unreal Engine 5 slop character creation, this is the game for you. Maybe you wanted to struggle to find where your quest marker was actually telling you to go, along with a bunch of other players who were also clearly confused, only to come to the realization that you can participate in non-consensual open-world PvP by throwing explosives at each other.
Oh yeah,
then once again,
that's what somebody did to me.
Or maybe you just wanted slow, janky, and awful-feeling movement with laggy animations in a world where the lighting needs to come with a seizure warning, and promises such as seamless open world made you literally Google the definition of seamless.
Oh god.
Yeah, Chrono Odyssey. I suffered through this game's beta testing, so you don't have to. If you appreciate my sacrifice to the MMO gods, I would appreciate a like on the video.
Yeah.
And you can even comment telling me how much of a complete idiot I was for letting myself feel even the slightest bit of hype towards this complete dumpster fire. Now, let's get into it. So, upon entering the game, you're met with a bunch of cutscenes.
This is so disappointing. This is so I want so badly to play another great RPG
that we've already seen from previous trailers that were released for the game. In fact, a ton, even most of the cutscenes that I interacted with were actually scenes that they had shared in the game's trailers that have been released upwards.
I mean, so much of this looks super cool. Like, the kind of cosmic horror fantasy, like, looks awesome.
Of 2 years ago.
Yeah,
the server select screen looks pretty cool, and I have to give them some props. The game's aesthetic is really where
the game was great until I had to play it.
No.
Like, before I played the game, I thought it was great.
Odyssey shines. The actual art direction is super compelling, and it's really interesting. But now, into character creation. You're first asked to choose between 6 different classes. Oh wait, 3 different classes, because the other 3 are still locked. That's fine. I'm not making this video to bash on a game that's still in beta testing. Having certain features locked is totally okay, and I can understand that. Anyway, each class has the opportunity to use 3 different weapons, and 2 of those at the same time.
Yes.
I chose to be the swordsman, who can use a great sword, a sword and shield, and dual blades. And now we get...
I would definitely choose swordsman. Yes! See, this looks like exactly the thing I'd want to play. I get to customize my character. I get to do, whatever class I can want to do. The character designs, at least the default designs, look really good. See, this whole game kind of looks like clickbait to begin with, though, because it looks so good that it looks implausible. You know what I'm talking about? Like a game like... what was the one, No Man's Sky, right? That the concept of it sounded so good it was too good to be true, which turned out to be true until they fixed it. But the idea was that, like, oh, you can explore any world ever. It's an endless galaxy. Just go wherever you want. And when it came out, none of that was true. This is exactly, it's like one of those mobile games that tricks you into thinking it's a really good game, but as all the images of it have nothing to do with what it's actually about. This game looks that good. It looks that good that I don't even believe it's real.
To actual character customization. And I was kind of confused when I first saw this, because prior I had seen a ton of creators actually praising the character creation as if it's the best part of the game. And while it functions, certainly...
I thought it was good. I did. I actually thought the character creator was good.
It also just feels like every other Unreal Engine 5 character creator that we've seen this year. You have a ton,
and they're all pretty good.
of presets on the side with a black nondescript background, and you can hyper zoom in and highly focus on your character's face. This is just an exact copy of every other UE5 game's character creator that was released in 2025, with a bit of the typical Korean character creator aesthetic thrown in.
Of course.
Within minutes after adjusting sliders, I had created one of those Bored Ape NFTs.
Oh, God.
You can find my Bitcoin wallet in the description if you would like to purchase my non-fungible property. But really, after messing with my character's proportions to the point that he had tumors coming out of every part of his abdomen, which made armor look exceptionally ridiculous, I decided to take this game a bit more seriously.
Great.
After all, I've been hyped for literally
Bro,
years.
he used the hairstyle. He used the same hairstyle I did.
At this point. So I chose one of the default options and finally entered the game. You're met with a cutscene showing a conversation between Kaya and Balder. The graphics in the cutscenes are really nicely done, but as soon as it transitions to the actual game, the curtain is peeled back, as you're shown an extremely grainy world with running and attack animations that are reminiscent of every Eastern-made slop MMO designed to steal your money. Now, everyone
I actually think that it's worse than New World, but better than Throne and Liberty. I think this is basically a worse version of New World made by Koreans.
saying that this game is basically New World, but worse.
Yeah.
And I can understand why. I mean, look at the user interface. They basically copied New World with this sort of minimalistic style. And I mean, even the color theme of your quest objectives, the compass at the top, and the action bar are all pretty similar.
I have a question. How did television shows, films, and video games become so commonly trash? Like, how did the video game industry become so comprehensively trashed? How did we get here? How can it be that we have more technology, more resources, more capabilities than we've ever had to produce incredible video games, and they've gone down? It's as if we've lost at all the art to create video games. Video games truly were one of the great art forms of the 90s, the 80s, the 90s, and the early 2000s. They really were the up-and-coming art form. And it's incredible how corporate, bureaucratic bloat and of course, a little wacko activism thrown in has absolutely destroyed the ability of major, well-funded, powerful corporations to simply produce a good video game. It's incredible.
To New World.
Right.
However, I think New World is so far ahead of Chrono Odyssey in terms of quality that it's quite literally comparing apples to oranges.
It's definitely a factor, Anthony. Wokeism, you know, that would be identity politics and other such nonsense, drivel, twaddle. Twaddle. That's a great word. I'm bringing it back. Twaddle. Bunch of left-wing twaddle. Twiddle twaddle. Look it up. It's a real word, I swear. That's an element of it. The other side of it, though, is honest to God. I mean, take EA, right? Electronic Arts. They've always kind of been this way, but they're worse than ever. They are all that company cares about. All it cares about is how to extract the most money possible from its customer base. They are one of the most cynical entertainment companies of all time. That would be EA. They do not care about their customer, the customer experience. The customers are nothing to them. All they care about is whether they can extract money from the customer. That's all they care about. Now, that level of cynicism, in my view, should occasionally result in a good product, because while they don't care if you actually enjoy their product or not, if you're enjoying their product and that leads to them making money, then they do care. So if they can extract money from you, they might occasionally release a good product. And what's incredible is they've turned releasing garbage, dog shit products that nobody wants into an art form. They throw enormous amounts of money and resources, and they can't even accidentally produce good work. They lose enormous amounts of money on video games like Star Wars Outlaws, for example. That was EA, right? Was that Ubisoft? That was Ubisoft. Anyway, my point is, they Dragon Age Veilguard is a better example. They dump enormous amounts of resource into this game, and they just flush it all down the toilet. And this is endemic. This is like, that's just one example. How can they have this kind of wealth-powered resources, and they just can't make it work?
Just even the New World beta, the first beta they did was better than the beta for Chrono Odyssey. Like, it played well. I mean, there were some fucky things about it, but overall, it played quite well.
A few months ago, I played another Korean game on my channel called Bless Unleashed, where I went through a very similar character creation process, and the overall feel of Bless Unleashed, from animations to combat, was much more similar, in my opinion. Just as a heads up,
looks like dog shit. It just looks like dog shit. Like, how does anybody play this?
Unleashed these days boasts a whopping 438 daily player peak on Steam charts, and I wouldn't be surprised in the slightest if Chrono Odyssey follows a very similar fate.
I think it might have 500.
Changes are made. Anyway, in the tutorial, you're basically this high-level version of your character. You have access to all your abilities and a mount, which feels okay,
kind of cool,
I guess.
Yeah.
It's not great, but it has no weight to it, but it is functional. And you continue to run from cutscene to cutscene, taking out these flares. At this point, I decided to take a look at some of my available menus. You have an inventory, a character sheet, a skills tab where you can level up and learn new abilities for each weapon type that your character can use. You have a page showing your chronotector, which is one of the only unique parts about this game, where you have 5 different powers that I guess you can level up and use, all having to do something with bending time.
What a surprise.
And furthermore, more interface and menus that are all basically uninspired and copied from other games of the same type.
Yeah, which I'm fine. If your menus are boring, I mean, not every menu is going to be Expedition 33 or Metaphor ReFantasio. Like, that's fine. You don't have to do that. Just make it to where it works.
Anyway, this tutorial culminates in a boss fight with the guy we saw over.
I will say that, like, one of the problems with this game, and this is where Bethesda used to, and BioWare used to shine, which is they had colorful, vibrant, lifelike environments. And I will say that this game, it all feels very, very monochromatic to me. It feels very, like, it's all very dark. It's all very... It's various shades of dark, basically, is all it is.
And over.
And what we need, what we need in video games and in movies is we need the Takashi Yamazaki approach. That would be the director, writer, and special effects supervisor of Godzilla -1. We need his approach, where we have a tight group of creatives, we have a minimalistic style, we have a micro budget that we are stretching beyond its capacity. And we are literally creating, with frugality, competence, and care, and a specific guided vision, the best product possible. And I feel like video games used to be that. Video games used to be a maverick art form. Now they are a bloated corporate bureaucratic art form. I think most people that work in video games now think that the purpose of a video game company is to create jobs for people to work at a video game company. Sort of like how Rachel Zegler thinks the purpose of a movie is for her to have a political and social media platform and a job in the movie industry. That's what she thinks the purpose of a movie is. The purpose of a movie is not to sell tickets. The purpose of a movie is not to entertain customers or provide a couple hours of escapism for a family. The purpose of a movie is for her to get paid to be in a Disney princess dress and have a job as a movie star. That is the purpose of a movie. I think that it's now the same with video games. The purpose of having a video game is so that someone has a job on a video game staff.
In tons of the cutscenes and trailers, they've tried to make it a sort of Souls-like combat where if you get hit without dodging or blocking, it's pretty drastic. And the boss has a seemingly impossibly large pool of health. Luckily, in this fight, you have an NPC helping you, which takes up most of the boss's attention. However, I still managed to die. But it doesn't matter because afterwards you're getting teleported to the main game anyway. This chick shows up with her pocket watch and resets time, and would you believe it? You went back to the past.
Which is crazy, because like so much of this looks really good.
1. Who could have guessed that in a game about bending...
Yes, that looks much better. That looks much brighter, I get it. Like some scenes are at night, some are during the day. It just seemed like almost all the shots of this game, though, were just very dark, darkly lit, very drab in color design. This part looks better.
Time, they would use one of the most stereotypical Back to the Future-ass narrative directions in order to familiarize yourself with the game by giving you a high-level version of the character you're about to play.
I don't think there's any problem with that, but I actually prefer to have time travel not in a story. I don't like time travel being in stories. I think it creates too many problems.
Wow, I'm impressed. Anyway, you're loaded into this creepy cave, and once again, one of the only things I seem to be able to applaud this game for is its aesthetic.
I tend to agree. Time travel is fun in the sense that it allows us to explore possibilities, but as a plot device, it is very fraught. It is very fraught with problems. And I really think that it became a kind of millstone that was dragging down Star Trek. And, as the years went by, I happen to think it's the weakest part of the Enterprise series, because I really love Star Trek Enterprise, but the time travel bloat had gotten so bad that most of the Enterprise storylines are based on time travel. Most of the dramatic tension in Enterprise is time travel, and it's usually about people from the future telling these characters how important they're going to be in history. And I think that was such a mistake. I think that was just such a creative mistake. And one of the things I like about the Mass Effect universe is there is no references to time travel. And I think that's a big value add.
I'll give them that. Everything looks relatively badass. However, this cave as an introduction to the actual game is hilarious, because it basically immediately highlights how awful and janky the movement really is. By forcing you to climb
I guess they must have got that from New World.
Over a bunch of awkward rocky outcrops as you make your way outside.
I didn't even really care.
Your character's feet seemingly...
I mean, this kind of stuff I don't really care that much about, but like it's really the combat that matters. And like the animation delay and the fact that like sometimes you'll be dodging something and you'll still get hit by it. That's just, again, it's just bad design. And New World fixed that by just giving players a lot of iframes. And I think that's actually just kind of like, if you want to have a game that's built around iframing, you have to do that.
Never make contact with anything he's touching, especially when it involves moving upwards or facing any sort of verticality.
You did like the double jump?
Animations don't line up with what your character should be doing and how he's moving.
Yeah.
And honestly, it feels like a mobile game at times regarding the movement. Outside of the cave is a small crate. You press E to interact, and you're given some health potions that you can equip to a quick-use slot. I continued forward fighting some of these leftover flares, and I talked to the first guy who told me to keep continuing forward.
Yeah.
And I even found Jimmy Kimmel. I did not know he was a fan of Korean MMOs. Now, I tried talking, which puts a message into the world chat, but there's no indication or speech above your character's head, so it's hard to tell when people are actually talking to each other.
It's
but
pretty
I continued
normal.
forward, and you can use left control to sprint, which is kind of awkward on the hand.
Okay.
I continued forward,
rebound
kind
all
of lagging into every new area, as the game claims to be a seamless open
Also,
world.
by the way, any game that makes you consume stamina to run quickly out of combat is bad. I thought we moved past that with Elden Ring. There's no reason that you need to consume stamina to run when you're not in combat. It just sucks. That's it. It just sucks. Now, the only exception is like if you're playing a survival game that like different weight limits have different functions, sure.
I don't know, Starfear. You're saying best... it's a good vote. Best Star Trek time travel episode, The City on the Edge of Forever. Definitely a classic. I feel like one of my favorite time travel episode... Well, probably Time's Arrow in The Next Generation is probably one of my favorite of all time. But you know what's a really good one is... I think it was the episode Cause and Effect in The Next Generation, where the Enterprise was caught in a time loop in which the Enterprise kept getting destroyed and then the timeline would reset. Like, I really loved that one. Oh, that, you know what? You're right. That is the best one. Yesterday's Enterprise is the best time travel episode. You're right. You're right. That is probably the best one ever. All Good Things. There's a lot of freaking time travel. I really liked the time travel episode in Star Trek Voyager had a really good one, which was what the hell was the name of the episode? I cannot remember for some reason the name of the episode, but it was where the Voyager had crashed on a planet and it was frozen in the ice, and a future Harry, Kim, and Chakotay are going to send a message back through time to avert the disaster. It was I love that episode. That was a really good one.
Movement's a big deal.
But the problem is every single time travel thing you do adds to the bloat in the continuity. And now there's another, and it starts to beg the question of like, how can you even have a sense of permanence or canon or continuity in a story? It starts to become like the multiverse, where like almost nothing matters anymore because time has been reshaped and revised so many times, and there's so many causality loops now. Was any history in this story actually the real history? That's the problem with it.
Yeah, it's super annoying.
I was interacting with were way too obvious.
There's a
Next up, you meet up with Kaya.
Trials and Tribulations in Deep Space Nine. That's a good one. That's a very good one. Actually, there's another good time travel episode in Deep Space Nine that was about how the Defiant crash lands on, or no, it doesn't crash, but it gets stuck in orbit of this planet, and it creates a kind of they go through this temporal barrier that's surrounding this planet, and it throws them 200 years into the past, and they can't get out. They can't escape this planet. So they wind up having to live for 200 years on the surface, but it's hard to even explain because it was like, I forget, I have to watch it again actually because I can't remember if it was that there were two Defiants. No, it was that the Defiant could not. I literally can't remember the order of events in this episode now because it was so convoluted. I have to watch it again. Never mind. But it was I remember it being good, but I can't see. You see the problem with time travel?
Who tells you to search in the chest for some armor, and this is the first time that I realized that pressing.
Wait, really?
E to interact doesn't always work. Sometimes.
That's it. Timeless was the name of the episode. You're right, Starfury of Voyager, where they have to. That was a really good one. I like that one a lot. What was it? It was the Deep Space Nine episode. Where they're thrown 200 years into the past. Children of Time. That was the name of the episode. Children of Time. And I'm just trying to, like, the Starship Defiant investigates a planet surrounded by an unusual energy barrier. They find the planet is inhabited by 8,000... Oh, that's right. Now I remember. They cross the barrier, and suddenly they discover that there are 8,000 people on the planet who are descendants of them. Because what they don't know is that when they try to escape the planet's atmosphere, it's going to throw them back 200 years into the past. They get trapped on the planet. They wind up founding a colony. The colony has children. It lives for 200 years. And so 200 years later, their descendants from this event, which has not happened yet, are warning them that this event's going to happen when they try and escape the planet. And so then there becomes this debate of like, well, these are 8,000 people that live because of this disaster that's about to happen to us. So do we fulfill destiny and allow the disaster to happen knowing that we'll be stranded on this planet 200 years in the past? Or do we circumvent this disaster and erase 8,000 people from existence? And that becomes the debate of the episode. And it's really good. I really love that episode a lot. What's that, Star Fury? Past tense, travel back to San Francisco to 2024, and they get it. They got it so correct. I don't remember that one. But I do enjoy that we've slipped into Star Trek talk. So anyway, so that's a sample. I'm disappointed. Chrono Odyssey doesn't look very good. So we'll leave it there. Hat tip Asmongold, as always. I really enjoy Asmongold videos quite a bit. I guess there's a reason he's as popular as he is. Now, we do have... Where should we go next, Mr. Producer? I think we need some shills. We need some shills. So the I'm probably not going to watch Ironheart because I've kind of hit my limit. I might watch the first episode just to see how bad it is. We'll see. If I'm really desperate for content, I might do it. But I have to tell you, one of the things I do when I'm deciding like what thing I want to focus on the channel, I do look at like, okay, since I can't decide which of these I want to focus on, I'm just going to see what's more relevant in the search volume, like what's trending. And so I go into Google Trends and I look at these different topics, okay? And I think, well, should I do a review of Superman or should I do a review of Fantastic Four? And then I find that Superman is there's way more interest in that. So I'm like, okay, I'll let that be the deciding factor. I go on Google Trends and I compare Ironheart with like Ironheart, Fantastic Four, Superman, whatever. It's like basically zero. Nobody cares about Ironheart. Like nobody gives a crap about it. Nobody's talking about it. Now, of course, the people that are making fun of it, they're talking about it. But I'm saying like by and large, comparatively to something like James Gunn's Superman, it doesn't even track. So there's really no point in even, other than just to entertain you, my beloved live stream audience, there's really no point to me even making fun of it. But there is a man who studies the shills, the few and far between shills that still think it's going to be good and are still excited about it, and his name is Mr. Grizzy. And he studies a very troubling disease. It's called shillery by proxy. It's congenital, it's incurable, and the prognosis is grim. It results in social awkwardness, a slavish devotion to anything Disney releases, no matter its quality, and it also includes a lifetime supply of virginity. The shills make me sick, but Mr. Grizzy has a cast iron stomach, and he studies the shill in order to understand their disease and how it spreads, how it can be contained, how one day it may even be cured, and who knows, maybe someday the shills can be cured of their mental illness and return to the ranks of regular humans. But until that time, his prescription is clear. Healthy, heaping doses of ridicule and laughter at the shill's expense. And so with that, let us take a look at the Ironheart shills. These are the shills that are white knighting and crying racism over Ironheart. Yes. We are required to like this. This is why DEI and wokeness exists, okay? It is a way for weak-minded, insecure, and or mentally ill, deficient people to lay claim to success without having earned it. That is the purpose of wokeness. It is so that really unsuccessful or mentally weak people can lay claim to success which they have not earned. That is the purpose of it. And so this is why it is so tempting as a defense mechanism for these wackos. Because, you see, if you can claim that the reason your creative project was a failure was due to bigotry or racism or misogyny, if you can make that claim, then it means it's not your fault that the dog shit you created was dog shit. In fact, You can lay claim to the idea that not only was it not dog shit, it was brilliant, it was beautiful, it was stunning, and it's really just all the racist and small-minded bigots who don't understand. And in fact, it is you who are the genius and you who are the victim of their bigotry. This is the great allure of identity politics. It's why it's a disease, and it's why it results in delusion and mental illness. And so, Mr. Grizzy,
okay, honest question.
Take it away.
Are you all even aware that Disney Marvel's Ironheart series is dropping in just about a week?
Oh, that's good. No one
and
cares.
After two god-awful...
They truly don't, chat. If I do videos on Ironheart, they will get no views. Even if I wanted to do videos on Ironheart, nobody would watch them because there just isn't enough interest. There just isn't.
Full trailers.
The only thing this show is good for, it's a lolcow. That's all it's good for. Nothing else.
That were completely rejected by the fans, the MCU shills are left with no other choice than to cry racism.
Star Fury, you cannot mean that. You cannot mean that it's the captain's duty to suffer. So to suffer for his men, he must suffer and watch Iron Hack. That's a hell of a thing for you to say to me, Star Fury. That is a hell of a thing for you to say to me.
I'm here to talk about the dislike bombing, which was...
The dislike bombing? Listen to me, loser. Listen to me. I can show you right now on Google Trends. In fact, I will show you. I will show you. We're going to do this right now live. Because, listen, source, please. Source, please. Here's the source. Trends.google. Oops, wrong. I can't type. Trends.google.com. Is that, Mr. Producer, is that not the right? That is the right address. I'm certain of it. I must have mistyped it. It's because that's my far monitor. I can't see. Okay, here it is. Found it. All right. So we go to Explore. Then we go to YouTube search. And we're going to add some search terms. Let's do Superman 2025 film. So you can do two ways. You can do it by search term. We're actually not going to do search term. We're going to do by the actual topic, which is the Superman 2025 film. Okay. Then we're going to add another one. Fantastic Four. First Steps. Fantastic Four. First Steps. Come on now. The Fantastic Four. Sometimes it doesn't auto-populate. There it is. Okay, Fantastic Four First Steps. What else? What else? Just as a control, Godzilla -1. '23 film. It's not really fair because the film's 2 years old, so there's not going to be any interest. So actually, we're not going to do Godzilla -1. What else can I do? What else can I do? How about The Last of Us TV series, television series. What else? What else? What else is current? How about How to Train Your Dragon? Then we're going to put in Ironheart. Okay, now we're going to define the time. Over the past 7 days, now it's going to show us a graph of like interest over time. Okay, look at this. Let me make sure it's, are we seeing it, Mr. Producer? Okay, good, good. Okay. The green, that is Superman, I think. No, that's How to Train Your Dragon, my bad. So the green line there is How to Train Your Dragon. The blue, that is Superman. Okay. Fantastic Four is the red line there. The purple one all the way at the bottom is Ironheart. So if we look at just in the last day, right? It's going to give us Ironheart rates a 6. The Last of Us Season 2 is at a 2, right? Ironheart's all the way at the bottom. How to Train Your Dragon, The Fantastic Four, and Superman are beating it by a margin of at least twice as much interest. Really, it's like 3 or 4 to 1 in the case of Superman or How to Train Your Dragon. Nobody cares. Nobody cares about Ironheart. That's data, folks.
It was bound to happen. But more so, I want to get into how racist and terrible the fans are.
And here we go. I'll be honest with you. The only stuff that I really saw in there...
They're so fucking dumb, man. They're so stupid. Like, they're not even clever or original anymore. Do they even hear themselves? Do they even hear themselves? He's like, I'm going to get into... I know you've probably never heard this take before, but I'm going to get into how fucking racist the fans... It's like, dude, they literally have not a shred of originality.
Essentially anything is because of just racist haters. I'm going to be real.
But man, these guys, like, whenever one of these comes out...
I swear to God, even if these people were right, they're not. But even if they were right and this was 100% true, I don't care. Go to hell.
Especially if it's a woman, especially if she's not white.
Look at this fucking loser. Oh my God, what is this? He's literally... Do you see why I say it, folks? This is mental illness. He literally looks like he's sitting in like in the general... What would you call that? In a mental institution, you know, the common room that's got all like, you know, in one corner there's like a piano, in another corner there's like some toys and board games, and then there's like a rocking chair where some lady's like rocking her like you know, doll that represents her pet, her dead child or something, you know. That this guy's over there saying, he's just talking to himself, and he's just like, they don't like the women, they're bigots. These people are out of their minds.
Such a thing, and like I just can't take it.
This is incredible.
My point is that people are just becoming awful.
Like there's nothing about that instinctively makes you go, unless you're literally just a hater. It's been all race baiters that have been going and all that kind of stuff, man.
Yes, because according to
Anthony
these
Timmons
idiots,
says he looks like
no...
he's in a job interview with the mustache man from WW2. Yeah, what's crazy is how they need everyone to agree with them. Like how a social justice wacko that like they can never be happy, they can never be content unless the whole world agrees with them. Insane, man.
No reason on God's green earth for anyone to have any sort of issue with these trailers.
Riri, time to wake up, love. What are you? Your greatest creation yet. Who the hell else would it be, bitch?
Bitch! I can't even believe it. Every time I see that part of the trailer, I can't believe it. Who else would it be, bitch? I mean, do they hear themselves? Like, do the creatives behind these projects, do they hear themselves? It's unbelievable, man.
3 hours after this trailer was released on YouTube for the first time anybody saw it, there was already a Critical Drinker video of just Ironheart. No wonder Marvel tried to bury this show.
I mean, dude.
What an absolute pussy. What an absolute pussy, man. He's all, it was only like an hour, and there was already a clear Critical Drinker review, and he said mean things about it. Like, what? This is unbelievable, man.
He's not wrong.
And like, I haven't watched it yet.
That's a great observation. Look at this guy. Holy shit, man. When I tell you that Shillery by proxy is a disease, tell me if I'm kidding. You tell me if that's not dead on accurate. The captain is always dead on accurate. My analysis is so trenchant, so accurate. I tell you these people have a mental illness. I tell you it's called chivalry by proxy. I tell you that they suffer. They suffer, folks. They suffer. Look at this man. What is this man if not someone suffering? You can see it. He can barely contain his anguish. Crowbar the Skull is in the chat. Ahoy, Crowbar the Skull. Welcome, sir. Assume your post. That's going a bit far, Universal. Oh, okay. Just chill out. You know what I'm saying? I feel like, but if you're going to make that accusation, you need a little bit of evidence. But, what was it you said? You said every female character looks so angry all the time. That is exactly right. That is exactly right. That they seem to think that women being powerful equals women being angry. He looks like a fat AJ from the Y-Files, possibly.
But like, Jesus Christ, dude.
Imagine being such a sensitive little soy boy that you are triggered over the way someone titled their video and can't even bring yourself to watch it.
And I know you can't take it because I don't watch these videos, but like, it's so,
dude, I love it. I absolutely love it that these videos get under their skin because they know, folks, they know that this trash is trash. Ironheart is garbage. It is badly written identity politics, howling at the moon lunacy. It's dog shit. And they know it. They know it. And what pisses them off, what drives them crazy, is that we know it and we're not playing along in their stupid little fantasy.
So annoying.
Pussy.
You know, he got 1 million views making this video about Ironheart, so why am I going to tell him how to do his job? But man, it is crazy to me how much of a market there is for this stuff.
Just a shot in the dark here, but maybe that's because a majority of the fandom agrees with him.
But like, Jesus Christ, dude.
I get dressed in the morning. I'm triggered. I take a
Dude, this is weird. I'm dead serious right now. Like, it is weird to see this guy just like, I don't know, man. It's just really weird. I don't know why the critical drinker's doing this. I don't know. It's like, dude, are you okay, man? Like, folks, these shills are, they are in a bad state. They are suffering, folks. They are suffering.
shower. I'm triggered. I get in the car. I'm triggered. I just can't get away from it.
Now, this dude proceeds to have an absolute meltdown over the fan rejection of the Ironheart trailer, despite not even liking it himself.
As somebody that watched the Ironheart trailer and didn't like it, as you can see in my reaction that I put up for it.
But of course, he would never lower himself to our level by hitting that god-awful dislike button.
Now, I will say this. I was not one of the dislikes, but I am somebody that dislikes the trailer. I hate being a fan of things like this, where the fandom has just become a vocal, toxic cesspool of the worst type of people.
You are one of them, you asshole. Like, you literally, if you dislike it, you're one of them. I got news for you. Imagine the absolute snobbery, the absolute smugness of saying like, well, no, I don't like it, but I'm not like one of them that don't like it. Oh my God. Welcome to the party, you twit. You absolute twit. Literally the reason people dislike it is because... Why do we dislike it? Why do we criticize it? Why do we make videos about it? Not because we enjoy disliking it, because we want them to make good things. We want to see our heroes done correctly. We want good movies. We want good TV shows. We don't enjoy soulless, malevolent corporate pieces of shit, taking everything that we loved as children and destroying it, and then telling us we're the bad guy for not liking it. Welcome to the party, loser.
People. So just so everyone's keeping up, you're attacking people for basically having the same opinion on the trailer as you did.
Yes!
But God forbid, choosing to voice their displeasure through the dislike button.
What must my neighbors think? I really think about it. What must they think? Because from their end, they don't hear what you hear. They just hear, occasionally from the other side of the wall, they just hear, yes, yes, oh, stupid shell. They must be so, that must be like, what the fuck, man?
Button and the comment section.
If you go over into the Marvel comments, you're going to see a lot of comments are disappearing because people are using, as one would expect, racist attacks.
Oh, so apparently the Ironheart trailer comment section was flooded with racist comments.
Oh, the fucking tone policing. I love how Asmongold defines it, because his kind of way of describing why wokeness is so repellent, or identity politics, or just left-wing radicalism, whatever you want to call it. The thing that is so repellent about it is the constant tone policing and purity testing. It is not your job, Sir, Madam, or it, however you identify, to decide how we are supposed to behave or what opinions we're allowed to have. Go fuck yourself, you twit. You don't get to decide what the rest of humanity thinks or believes or is allowed to feel. It is a fan's right. It is a customer's right. It is an audience member's right to have any opinion that they wish to have. And you've got to be a real twat waffle to think that you have a right to lay claim to what other people think. There you go. I said it. I said it for you, Anthony Timmons. I had a frog in my throat, which made me... That sounded weird because I said, and then my throat was like, I had a frog in my throat. I said it. I said the thing.
And conveniently, YouTube deleted them all. Therefore, also conveniently, you have zero proof, zero evidence of your ridiculous accusations that Marvel fans went into the trailer comments and were calling Dominic Thorne the N-word.
Yeah, go ahead and spoil it, Universal. I don't care. Spoil it. The thing that happens at the end of Ironheart.
If you're resorting to, the typical racist comments, what are you doing here, Am I expecting to like it? No, because the trailer was terrible. But the last thing I'm going to do is going to go and dislike the trailer and like every comment calling the lead star the N-word, and then go into the comments and post a bunch of racist stuff.
That's a serious accusation. Do you have any proof?
Nope, and there never is with these Disney shills. This is all just one big, massive virtue signal.
It's like modern Star Wars fans. Star Wars has changed. Star Wars is terrible. Why is Star Wars political and woke?
Because it is.
It's because you grew up to be a terrible person.
You serious?
All right, everyone. Thanks for watching. Make sure to check out some of the other Ironheart content that's already up.
Oh my God, they're so insufferable. So Universal says at the end of Ironheart, spoilers for Ironheart. Universal says, so the bisexual girl goes to a party. Okay. All right, Universal. I just have to brace myself. For whatever it is you're gonna say. Is this about like the stonemasons or something? I'm just preparing myself. Universal says she goes to the party and then hooks up with a drag woman. No, I think the term is drag queen, and the show ends. What? Okay, I don't know what that means. Universal. Crowbar says that sounds too ridiculous to be true. Well, I mean, because how can hooks up with a drag queen? So, well, fine, whatever. I don't care. I don't care. Star Fury says, for fuck's sake, how fucking low can they go? I mean, it's such a clown show at this point. That's what I mean. It's like, let me dig through the pile of disgusting garbage and tell you the thing that's garbage. That's like what that reads to me. It's like, oh my God, let me find you the worst piece of garbage in this pile of garbage. And you're like, look at this piece of garbage. And it's like, I don't care. Like, it's trash. Yeah, I know. It's trash. It is, Ironheart is a bunch of DEI nonsense written by incompetent boobs that do not know how to write, cast, create. These are truly stupid people that create Ironheart, that create this garbage. These are really low IQ, stupid people who eat glue. And you want to tell me the worst thing the worst part of what they produced? Who cares? Of course it is. It's garbage, all of it. It's embarrassing. It should be a humiliation, and I think that it's getting to that point where it is. Why do you think it's so hard to cast anyone but Pedro Pascal? Because only Pedro Pascal is willing to accept jobs in things like Fantastic Four, because literally the best actors are starting to figure it out. If you're part of this nonsense, you are humiliating yourself. You should be embarrassed to be. I saw on X. There's like this. I follow these kind of neutral cinema accounts, and all they do is they just post like little factoids and clips of movies here and there. So they're neutral. They're not like critiquing or taking a side or anything. They just say, "Oh, here's a clip from this movie that came out 10 years ago today," or whatever. And I saw one, and it was Secret Invasion came out 2 years ago today. Who cares? Like, who cares? Who even knows it came out? Nobody talks about Secret Invasion other than to point out how trash it is. No, I never... Listen, I know people that still enjoy anything Marvel comes out. They're excited about it. They watch it. Agatha, whatever. They watch it, right? I never hear current Marvel fans even bring it up. In fact, there was a guy telling me how much he enjoyed Agatha all along, and how he loves Loki and he loves all the Marvel shows and all that stuff, and how excited he is for all the Marvel content. And then I asked him, well, what did you think of Secret Invasion? And he literally said, I never saw that one. What was that about? And I'm like, so even a guy who enjoys Marvel content to this day didn't even see it. And I've got this X account that's like, oh, Secret Invasion came out 2 years ago today. Who cares? You should be embarrassed if you acted in, wrote for, directed, or produced Secret Invasion, or Ahsoka, or The Marvels, or Mandalorian Season 3. Or Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny. Or the Book of Boba Fett. You should be embarrassed, humiliated. You should be afraid to show your face in public. Ant-Man and the Wasp, Quantum Nausea. What was the one? Snow White. That's right. Maybe the worst thing is, I just listed like 10 things that are horrifically bad. And even worse than all of those, Snow White. Oh my God. Don't make me show it, chat. All right, I won't show it. I'm going to show it. What the hell? Dude, so I'm sitting through that movie, and the reason I like that scene, because that is the final image of the film, right? And every single scene in that film is like it's garish, it's bizarre, it's a mishmash of like CGI, bad practical effects, just nightmare fueled dwarves, and then odd, like, you know, in actual forest settings, you know, that suddenly just doesn't, it clashes with the rest of the film. Every level of that film is such an embarrassment. And the worst is always yet to come in that movie, which is why I like that scene, because that's the worst yet. It's like they threw it all in a blender, and for whatever reason, they decided to put everyone in white. And it was so weird. And I'm like, what the fuck? It's like I'm watching a creepy film that a cult made. You know what I'm saying? You got all the weird dwarves all dancing, and it's just, and then you got Rachel Zegler, and she's got like the most hellish Joker smile. She's like, and all I can conclude when I see something like that, I messed up my hang on, I messed it up, Mr. Producer. And all I can conclude when I see something like that is just really retarded people made this. It's bad, man. Commyville. Oh yeah, no, it is an absolute communist wet dream, that Snow White movie, the whole thing. It's so amazing too, because nothing in that film has any substance behind it. Nothing, like, they don't explain anything about this kingdom or this world. My favorite thing in the Snow White film is the stupid jewel mine that the dwarves go into. That's like my favorite, because it's this giant. I still can't believe it. I was sitting there watching this movie, and I'm like, I know that I'm not supposed to ask these questions. I know that. I know I'm not supposed to ask these questions, but I can't help it. They're in this mine. These seven dwarves, they're in this mine. It is this vast cavern. Every shred of it is glittering with valuable jewels, which means, and these dwarves, they go in there, presumably, every single day. They harvest gems, precious, valuable gemstones every day. They fill up cartloads. Every day for 8 hours, they fill up cartloads of the most valuable gems you've ever seen. And they've been doing this for presumably maybe decades, hundreds of years maybe. I think they state the age of one of the dwarves is like 200 years in the film. So they've been doing this for countless decades, day in, day out, harvesting cartloads of valuable diamonds and jewels, and just stockpiling them for no one. Why are they doing this? These dwarves have access to what must be the equivalent of 5 kingdoms' treasuries. They have more wealth than any beings in this world must possibly have. And what do they do with it? Why do they harvest it? What is even the point of any of it? It's so amazing. I guarantee you nobody that wrote this trash has any notion of that. Now, the original animated film, the dwarves go into a mine, and it's like a cave, and they work hard to find like a diamond here or there. You know, they're like picking, oh, look, it's a diamond. You know, it's a little more grounded. You know what I'm saying? Can I find this? It might be on the internet now. Snow White dwarves mining. I don't know. Is maybe this one? Oh, I think I found it. I think I have it. Yeah. Okay. Yes, I do. I do think I have it. Oh my God, the CGI is such garbage in this. This is from the movie. Oh my God. Oh. This is what I suffered. I suffered through this for you, chat. I suffered for you. Oh my God. This movie was hell. This movie was hell. Every shred of this movie was torture. Hi ho! Ah, geez, shut up! Why are you singing it like that? Why are you making it so weird sounding? Okay, but anyway, I can't really show you much of this because I'll get, they'll take down the whole damn video. But look at this place. They're surrounded. They're surrounded by all the jewels you could ever want. Look at this. Look at this. Look at that. They're standing in piles. They are literally standing in piles of jewels and gems. They would be the wealthiest creatures on this planet. What do they do with it? And then they have this conveyor belt. I'm going to mute it. I got to be careful because I can't just a conveyor belt filled with jewels. It's just unbelievable, man. And then they go home. They go home. That's it. They harvest thousands of precious gems. Where do they put it? I don't know. I don't know. They fill up bags and they just leave the bags there. Oh, guess we'll go home. And they all live in the same. They all share the same room. Every one of these guys has 7 roommates. I lived in Los Angeles. I never even had that many roommates. These guys have been stockpiling precious gems for decades, and they all have to sleep in the same room. How does that make any sense? The economics of this film are absolutely ridiculous. I gotta check the back office because I probably shouldn't have even shown that much, to be honest with you. Where's my back office, Mr. Producer? I lost it. I lost my dashboard. I'm reading the chat. You guys are not liking it in the chat. Okay, good. Okay, good. The stream health is good. All is good. All right, cool. I get nervous because, even showing that much of the movie, look, I'm not risking a copyright strike over this trash. But you have to see it to believe it, chat. Look at this shot here. Just look at this shot. Look at what's behind him, man. This giant, vast cavern. Piles and piles and piles of jewels. I just can't. I'm just telling you, fucking stupid people wrote this. Fucking stupid people made this. This is why I say it. Okay, now let me go back because I was looking through. Okay, now let me show you. This is the original animated film, okay? Now there's the walls are glittering, but look at the difference in scale, right? It's obviously a much smaller space. This is how they reinterpreted this scene from the animated film. They reinterpreted this area where you see some gems glittering in the walls. They reinterpreted this to be this massive underground cavern with just piles of wealth just laying around. The purpose of this film was to illustrate how hard they work to find the jewels. and that they take pride and pleasure in their work. That was the purpose of this scene. They work in the darkness, but it's worth it to them. Whatever it is they produce in this live action thing, it's just ridiculous. Anyway, enough of that, Mr. Producer. See, now there's so much more in that film that you could dissect. That Snow White film, like every scene has something in it, but that's just one of my personal favorites is the mine, because it's so ridiculous. It's, you know what it is? I've said this before. This is a concept I've noticed in modern Hollywood. It's gigantism. Gigantism. Like basically assuming that because something is just massive in scale that it's somehow impressive or it's more interesting, and it could not be further from the truth. Star Fury says, "We'll pay for the SSRIs you will require to complete the show." Ironheart, you're messing with me, Star Fury. You really want me to watch Ironheart? Nobody wants to see Ironheart reviews on this channel. Fu Man Blue says, "Gonna be a mutiny if you don't throw up the Ironheart poll." Okay, fine. I was going to suggest that very thing. Okay. Should Captain Garrett of the Swords and Starships channel watch and review all episodes of Marvel's Iron... your question is too long. Damn it! I'll make that decision, YouTube. It's still too long. I ran out of characters. Only I could run out of characters for a question this simple. Start poll. There you go. There it is. Fu Man Blue says every single one, lies every single one. My fingers are waiting, Captain. It's a very poor choice of words. Captain is trying to distract us so he doesn't watch Ironheart. Well, of course I am. I don't want to watch that. I was not gonna watch it. I literally just showed you on Google Trends. I just gave you raw data to back up my case. Nobody cares about it. Like, nobody cares about Ironheart, like, at all. No, do you know the thing is, I did reviews of Daredevil Born Again on this channel. They got nothing. Nobody cares about them. I got much more traction on Andor than I did on Daredevil. Seriously. Much more traction on Andor. Let's see how the poll's doing. We have 4 votes. It's 100% yes. All right. Well, we'll give it some time. The no votes are surely on their way. I'm sure that, and listen. You're not voting for my fate. You're voting for yours. Because do you want to even know? Do you even want to see anything about? Do you want to hear about Ironheart? All right, Star Fury's on record. He's going to pay for my SSRIs. Can you believe that shill, man? Can you believe that shill that's like, oh man, there's a lot of racists out there, man. So many toxic fans. Fu Man Blue says, to be clear, I don't want you to take time making a review. Just watch it and talk to us about it on stream. Well, I mean, that's probably all I'm going to do because I have to do something that's going to get views on the video, you know? We'll see. I might, maybe what I'll do is just like I might do a review and just see if I can make it a lolcow on the channel. We'll see. My time is probably better spent working on my apologia for Interstellar. And before you an apologia does not mean apology. Apologia means a eloquent defense of a work. Anthony Timmons says that dude was the poster child for brain damage. Dude, it's crazy, man. How can you be that out of your mind crazy? Because some people don't like the show you like. You know, I'm here to tell you. So like that's at the high level, right? This guy literally looks like he's rocking himself in a mental institution over the fact that people don't like Ironheart because ostensibly he does and it upsets him. Now, that would be bad enough. Like, that's as pathetic as it gets. But I'm here to tell you, I don't think that's what's going on there. I think what's going on there is he doesn't like it either. And deep down, he knows it's garbage. He knows it's trash. But because he wants to be on the right side of history and because he wants to be in the good person club, which means because it's a show that has DEI people in it, he's a good person if he supports it. And he's not toxic if he likes it. So he's pretending to like it. And the fact that we're having more fun ripping on it than he is watching it is driving him insane. It's driving them out of their minds, folks. Folks, consider this. Consider. Wind the clock back 4 years. These wackos were ascendant. They owned everything. Joe Biden was president. The Orange Man was going to jail any day now. All of the movies, all the TV shows were spouting woke talking points. The month of June was rainbow vomit everywhere you went. There was nowhere you could go to escape it. Everybody had to put face diapers on. Social distancing. These wackos ran everything. All of the movies were owning the chuds. All the TV shows were owning the chuds. Dylan Mulvaney was selling light beer. They even took shitty light beer away from us. Think of this. From their perspective, 4 years ago, just 4 short years ago, from the perspective of the wackos, they couldn't lose. They could not lose. Everything, Marvel, Star Wars, all of it was their playground. And anyone who didn't like it, that would be you and me, we were just the chuds. We were just losers on the outside looking in, and they enjoyed that. They enjoyed that a great deal because it meant we had no power. We were just a toxic vocal minority. Now look at the situation we're in. Think of this, chat. Think of this. Almost every single Marvel project in the last 3 years has been a flop and a failure. Their shows, no ratings. Disney Plus has lost billions of dollars. Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny was a complete disaster. All their TV shows are getting canceled. All of the Star Wars projects have been a failure. Even the most diehard shills are starting to have to admit that Star Wars has problems and it's in the tank. And to top it all off, the Orange Man won in a landslide. Pride Month is gone. Gone. Folks, they have lost everything. We have inflicted defeat after defeat after defeat. Twitter, which was their safe space, was taken away from them by Elon Musk and given back to us. They cannot release a single trailer. They cannot release a single trailer but that it gets ratioed. They can't spout a single lie on X, but that it gets community noted against them. They can't suppress our opinions anymore. They can't cancel us anymore. They still try here and there. They can't, all of their tactics are now failing. All of their shows are going down the tubes. All of their Pride months are being canceled. And now everyone feels safe to admit that these shows suck and they're failing. All of that in just a few short years. Folks, this is why they're going out of their minds. This is why they can't handle it. This is why this little twerp is over there going, oh my God, because he can't believe it. The world has been turned upside down from his perspective. They were on the right side of history. I got to find this for you. This is what it makes me think of. I think I can find this. Yes. This is it. Oh, I found it. Here it is. I think I found it. Okay. This is from Star Trek Deep Space Nine. Okay. The magnificent crown jewel of Star Trek, Deep Space Nine. After 6 episodes of the evil Gul Dukat and the Dominion occupying Deep Space Nine and having control of it, by a miracle, the Federation is able to take it back. And Dukat, who thought he was going to win, he thought he had total control. The Dominion fleet was about to come through the wormhole and defeat the Federation for good. And to his horror and to his shock, the prophets, the aliens in the wormhole, they deleted the entire Dominion fleet because Benjamin Sisko, he made a deal with them. And because of that deal, they wiped out the Dominion fleet. Now, Dukat cannot believe it. He cannot believe it, and it breaks his brain. And so the Dominion is having to retreat from the station. Here we go.
They won't be able to detonate the minefield.
No, hang on.
They entered the wormhole.
There it is.
We were too late. Defiant.
So right now, the massive Dominion fleet that's going to sweep away the Federation is supposed to be arriving.
Our reinforcements must be right behind.
No, sir. There's no sign of them.
That's impossible. Check our listening posts in the Gamma Quadrants.
They're not there either.
They entered the wormhole. Where are they?
I don't know. The Defiant has opened fire on us!
Obviously. Can you get our weapons back online?
Not for a while. Sir, 200 enemy ships have broken through our lines. They're headed this way.
Time to start packing.
I love Wei-Yun. He's my favorite Star Trek villain. Time to start packing.
Contact our forces in the Alpha Quadrant. Tell them to fall back to the Cardassian territory. It appears this war is going to take longer than expected.
We'll meet you at airlock 5.
So it's the fact that Dukat, his brain is completely broken. He was so supremely arrogant. He thought he held all the cards. He thought that they were undefeatable, and he kind of had every reason to think that. And now he's faced with the reality that he's lost.
Sir?
Victory was within our grasp.
We have to evacuate the station, sir.
Basil, the Federation, the Alpha Quadrant, all lost.
We have to go now, sir.
Go.
The Federation ships, they'll be here soon. We have to get back to Cardassia.
I have to find my daughter.
I'll send someone for her.
It's so good, man. That's exactly. So I'm saying this is why they're like this right now. This is why the wackos are so despondent. They're like Dukat. They had everything. They owned every Marvel property. That the Orange Man was gone. He was going to prison. And look at what's happened. Everything has fallen apart. They've lost pride, but the Orange Man is back in power. Long may he reign, and he will. He will. Third, fourth term, you just wait. And then they're like, victory! Victory was within our grasp! No! They're like, we had the culture! We had the movies! We had all the corporations! It's impossible! They can't accept it, folks. They've lost. And the war is not over. Still, it's hard for a tyrant to accept defeat. It truly is. Tell me that's not an apt metaphor. Booman Blue says that shapeshifter gave herself a righteous rack. Well. Yes, Crowbar the Skull. Ducat becomes a religious wacko. Yeah, he does. Like it. So it's so great. I love Deep Space Nine, and the final 2 seasons are just unbelievably good. And yes, so Ducat literally he goes insane after this moment in the show. He was a very like for 5 seasons. He's a very rational character. He's very atheistic. Like he doesn't believe in the Bajor. He thinks it's all a bunch of religious nonsense and superstition. And so like this moment of defeat and what happens next, because his daughter gets killed in the retreat from the station, and it breaks his brain. Like he literally snaps and goes insane. And from this point forward in the show, he just gets crazier and crazier, and which I thought was great. It's a brilliant arc. He is one of the great villains in Star Trek because you see him just go on this descent into total madness. And then a later episode, which is one of my favorite episodes in the series, is the episode Waltz, where it seems like he's gotten better because like a Federation psychologist has been helping him because he's in prison. He's basically in Federation prison for awaiting trial for war crimes. And a Federation counselor has been helping him work through his grief and his trauma. And he seems to be like better, right? And then he winds up stranded on a planet, just him and Sisko, his arch nemesis, Captain Sisko. And it turns out that he's not quite as better as we thought he was. And he's still completely insane. It's fantastic. And yes, he basically becomes the equivalent of a devil worshiper in the story. Because in the story, there's the good prophets, which are the Bajoran gods. But then the equivalent of, and they're sort of like angels. They're like the good guys. And then the equivalent of demons are the Pah-wraiths, which are the evil. They're basically the evil version. So they're the biblical equivalent of the devil and demons, right? And Ducat decides to side with them. He embraces the love of the Pah-wraiths, right? So he becomes a devil worshiper, basically. It's crazy. Dude, what's crazy about Deep Space Nine is how much religion and faith is an actual part of the story. Unlike other Star Trek shows, religion and faith were very central to the story. And what's interesting about it is Major Kira, who's my favorite character in that show, she from the very beginning of the show, she is a person of faith and belief. She believes in the prophets devoutly. And Sisko, who is chosen to be the emissary of the prophets in the beginning of the show, he is, like all other Federation officers, he's basically an atheist, and he sees them as aliens that live outside of our dimension of time and space, and that's all he sees them as. And when they tell him he's the emissary, he goes along with it because he's just trying to, conduct first contact and keep the Bajorans happy because that's his mission, and that's all fine, but he doesn't believe in any of it. And what's really amazing about it is he goes on this journey through the course of the show where he actually starts to come to believe in the prophets, and he actually comes to think of Bajor as his home. And by the end of the show, he fully embraces his role as the emissary. He stops calling them the wormhole aliens. He refers to them as the prophets, and he has conversations of faith with Major Kira, who, she believes he's the emissary of the prophets. It's really beautiful. And then parallel to that, his arch nemesis, Ducat, goes from being an arrogant, smug dictator, sort of war criminal tyrant who doesn't believe in any of this superstitious nonsense. he winds up becoming the nominated emissary of essentially the devils of this world and decides he's going to destroy the prophets. And so it's emissary of the prophets versus emissary of the paw race at the end. It's like, how great is that? How great is that? You know, two atheist characters, one evil, one good, and they both wind up as religious warriors by the end. It's pretty amazing. It's pretty amazing when you think about it. So yeah, gotta love Deep Space Nine. It's such a great ride, that show. Charlotte's face ruins it for me, Anthony Timmons says. All I know is I had a crazy crush on Ezri Dax. Ezri Dax she's probably like my favorite Star Trek babe of all time. I don't know. You know, Jolene Blaylock as T'Pol is pretty unbeatable, especially in those last couple seasons of Enterprise. But every time I watch season 7 of Deep Space Nine, I'm reminded how much Ezri Dax is just adorable. She's like a real life anime girl. It's you know, which is probably more than you needed to know about the captain. Now, what else is in the stack of stuff? We have Marvel news. So, you know, we're on the subject of Star Trek anyway, so we might as well hop into this Dave Cullen video. So now that we've discussed the good times in Star Trek, let's talk about Kurtzman Trek, which is garbage, written by the dumbest man in entertainment, Alex Kurtzman, in case I haven't said it lately. And Dave Cullen wants to reflect on Strange New Worlds, which was regarded widely as the best of the dog shit. That was Kurtzman Trek. So we're going to get his thoughts on it. Terry Farrell left the show and posed for Playboy. So did Tasha Yar, says Universal. You know, Universal, I'm beginning to think you have a one-track mind. Universal is always like, everything is in the context of like, oh yeah, so at the end of Ironheart, she totally hooks up and bangs a drag queen, and then Universal's like, oh, by the way, you know, Dax left the show and posed for Playboy. Crowbar says, oh, I knew this was going to be a hot take. Crowbar says Jadzia was a 10. Ezri's like a 5, maybe. It's exactly the opposite. I was never a big Jadzia fan. I'm not a Jadzia fan. She's fine as a character. I was never that wild about her. I think Kira was more likable and attractive than Jadzia. But Ezri is absolutely adorable. You gotta, Ezri Dax, man, that's where it's at. I'm just 7 of 9. Well, yeah, of course. 7 of 9, absolutely. Jerry Ryan, of course. 7 of 9 is the ultimate. She's probably the ultimate Star Trek babe. There's no doubt about it. Where's the poll at, Mr. Producer? 6 votes, 100% say Swords and Starships must review Ironheart. Oh my God. Mr. Producer, the next time I try to do a poll, you have my permission to stop me. With force if with force if necessary. Well, no, not lethal force. Obviously, that would put you out of an employer. Then you wouldn't have me as your leader anymore. And we wouldn't want that to happen, would we? Would we? That's what I thought. Thank you. Captain is watching Ironheart. Oh, geez, Star Fury. I serve at the chat's pleasure. Indeed. Now, what's that in the Discord? I saw something in the Discord. No, I need to change screens, Mr. Producer. Yes, there we go. Because we're watching the Dave Cullen video. Okay, take it away. The latest trash from Alex Kurtzman, the dumbest man in entertainment, has finally ended.
It's been quite a while since I talked about Star Trek on this channel. Here goes. It's been announced that Star Trek Strange New Worlds will be ending after its 5th season. Considering this announcement comes hot off the heels.
It's not over yet? Jeez! Who watches this stuff? I gotta look up Strange New Worlds on Google Trends.
Of the release of a new Season 3 trailer, it means that the show has obviously been renewed for an additional 2 seasons. Star Trek Discovery also ran for 5 seasons. How? I will never know. What's more, we also know that Strange New Worlds will have 6 episodes in its final season. So its 5th season will be just 6 episodes. Typically, the show does 10 episodes per season. Now, I suspect, and I could be wrong, that this decision was taken so that they could shoot seasons 4 and 5 back-to-back in a single block, much like how Picard seasons 2 and 3 were filmed back-to-back, you might recall. As you know, I find Strange New Worlds very hit and miss. They've done a lot of gimmicky episodes, novelty kind of episodes. It was a musical. It was kind of inspired by the Buffy the Vampire Slayer musical. There was a crossover episode with Lower Decks. There's been a lot of romance and comedy stuff. Spock has been played for laughs and is all too often the butt of the jokes. I don't like how contemporary the dialogue is.
Okay, so I just pulled up Google Trends and I did a comparison. The TV series Reacher, Ironheart, and Strange New Worlds, popularity over the past 7 days. Okay, you have Reacher at 54, Ironheart at 45, Star Trek Strange New Worlds is at a 7 by comparison. A 7. As irrelevant as Ironheart is, Strange New Worlds is even more irrelevant. Let's do over the past 12 months. That was over the past 7 days. Dude, it's basically 0 over 12 months. Nobody cares. Nobody cares about this.
I don't like all the back chat senior officers receive from their subordinates. The bridge crew act like a bunch of attitudinal millennials and Gen Zers in an office environment rather than military professionals on a spaceship. But having said that, I would much prefer to watch...
And they're all a bunch of androgynous, shaved head cows. Bunch of ugly fucking cows.
Strange New Worlds over Discovery any day of the week. Strange New Worlds is an easier watch with more likable characters in a more colourful and lighter world. The show has done some genuinely good episodes of Star Trek also, which is
like
critical.
What?
Episodes like Children of the Comet, Ghosts of Illyria, Equality of Mercy, Tomorrow and Tomorrow.
I'll have to take your word for it, Dave.
And Tomorrow. These were strong sci-fi stories with a genuine original series feel, and often excellent character-focused episodes. Having said that, I found the series too inconsistent in terms of quality and sometimes bordering on self-parody. For this reason, the show lacks the kind of heart, earnestness and sincerity of the classic era Trek like the original series TNG, DS9, Voyager and Enterprise. The strength of Strange New Worlds is definitely its cast. And as I've complained about many times before, they're just not really given great material all the time. Also, because we're in current year television, post-2016 and all that, you'll notice that there's been a deliberate attempt to crank up the estrogen on the show. Back in the day on Star Trek, there was always more male characters than female ones, but in recent years in sci-fi, we've been told the future is female, basically. Whether it's Doctor Who, Star Wars, or Star Trek, you'll notice a
Crowbar says, that's why I unsubbed from Dave Cullen. He's too weak, almost shill-like. Yes, he's definitely not rising to the level of a shill. But he's a bit, you know what? He's willing to accept a little too much of garbage. You know what I'm saying? I like his takes though. I don't have to, that's the thing. It's like, I don't have to agree with him. I need a little evening out once in a while. Can we agree with that? I go a little hard sometimes, all right? I need someone to even me out. I need someone to help me enhance my chill, okay? It's better than actually watching a shill. He's closer to a blue pill than a shill, but I can't even say that he's a blue pill because he acknowledges the fact that, yeah, it's current day bullshit.
Heavier presence of female characters. The bridge crew is predominantly female. It was the same on Discovery, incidentally. The cast for season 2 was 8, with 3 males and 5 females. Hey, it's just an observation. Season 3, at least, sees Martin Quinn join the cast as Scotty. Now, from what I've heard from people who've watched the screeners for season 3, and I haven't seen any of the episodes, incidentally, season 3 is much the same as season 2 in terms of, the number of gimmicky episodes in there. There's even a holodeck episode called A Space Adventure Hour. There's also a ridiculous episode where the crew get turned into Vulcans. And they keep doing this kind of stuff, like when they turn Spock into a human, just for the lols. And just take that episode, for example, and I think it demonstrates how the writers don't really, at least some of them anyway, don't really fully understand Star Trek, I think. Because here we have a situation where these characters get injected with this serum that turns them from human to Vulcan. Okay, fine. I can get on board with that. We've seen that kind of stuff on Star Trek many times. But what's just cartoonishly stupid is that their hair changes within seconds, like radically different hairstyles. Okay, why? It's just silly, right? It's like a cartoon. But then what's even more of a violation of canon with respect to what we know about the Vulcans as an alien race is that the characters are behaving like Vulcans instantaneously. Okay, so they're behaving in this cold, emotionless, logical manner. But we know that can't be possible because Vulcan emotions are very potent. They're very strong. And Vulcans repress their emotions for a reason. And it takes them many, many years.
See, this is my problem, Dave. You say, okay, it's there's a couple good episodes. This is why even the episode that might have a couple good elements in it is broadly, it's still part of a tapestry of trash because these idiotic writers don't know anything you're talking about and they don't care. I made this exact observation, a very similar observation about the musical episode. The musical episodes when they have the Klingons singing pop music with autotone. And I said, it's not the fact that the Klingons are singing that makes this one of the worst things I've ever seen in Star Trek ever. It's the fact that the premise of the episode is everybody has been infected with a phenomenon that makes everyone break into song, and that's why everyone's singing everything. What's so dumb about it is that they act as though what's funny is Klingons singing. Klingons love to sing. Any actual fan of Star Trek knows this. The Klingons are actually very artistic. They love music, and specifically they have things like Klingon opera. So if the Klingons were inclined to break into song, guess what? They'd be out singing everyone. They just would be singing Klingon stuff. And that would actually be interesting. But see, these writers are not fans of Star Trek. They are stupid people that eat glue. And they don't understand a whit of this, and they don't care. Could you imagine being in the writer's room and trying to explain this shit to these wackos? Oh my God. They would look at you with the dumb expression of like a cow chewing its cud.
Of development from childhood. It was a great episode in Star Trek Voyager where we see how Tuvok learned from a Vulcan master to control his emotions when he was a young...
It's so funny that he brings it up. Dude, they don't give a crap about this. Kurtzman doesn't give a crap about this. He doesn't care about some obscure episode of Voyager in which we explored what Tuvok was like as a young man.
When he was a young man, when he was a boy. And so the idea that these characters as adults would just instantaneously be able to control their emotions and behave like Vulcans within seconds of being injected with this serum, it's absurd. If anything, they should be overwhelmed by Vulcan emotions. They should be completely overpowered.
Which, by the way, would open the door to Spock having to teach them, or like having to teach Captain Pike how to control us. You know what? God, it's so crazy because as a Star Trek fan, I can already imagine a kind of an interesting episode. Right? So they get injected. They can't control their emotions because now they've got hot-blooded Vulcan emotions that are crazy. Like, that's the thing. That really is the thing. Vulcans have far more potent emotions than humans. And they are far more naturally violent than humans, which is why they suppress their emotions with logic. Because if they allowed their emotions to come to the surface, they actually are far more destructive and dangerous in their violent side than humans are, that's the kind of inverse proportion in Star Trek. Now, what I think would be interesting is if all these characters were now losing control of their emotions, but Pike was actually the one that sort of had the most control, right? He kind of could occasionally get himself under control. Why? Because he's a Starfleet officer for a reason. He's the best of the best. He's the one, he is like an example of the best, right? And I would see it, the story angle, I think, would be Spock has to teach Pike to get control of his emotions with logic, and then Pike, in turn, has to get control of the ship and the crew in order to restore order. Imagine how much more interesting that would be. But not to drooling idiots like the type that write this show.
By them. The last thing that they would have is immediate emotional control and discipline. But by and large, Star Trek has been so poor.
What is going on in my chat right now? What are you guys talking about? Roll
in
tape.
Recent years, that anything even half watchable is considered fantastic. The show divides much of the fan base, and I can't take it too seriously, so I haven't been able to get as invested in the series as other people have. It certainly doesn't resonate with me the way The Next Generation, Deep Space Nine, Voyager, and Enterprise did, but I do see in comment sections that there's a lot of people who really appreciate Strange New Worlds and think it's doing some of the best Star Trek in a long time. Some of you have even commented on my channel that you really like this show, and I think that's fine. I think it's also more of a question of what's relative. By comparison to the dark, dreary Discovery and 2/3 of Star Trek Picard, yeah, Strange New Worlds is unquestionably the better series of those three, in that Strange New Worlds doesn't feel like a painfully agonizing chore to watch, and sometimes there's occasionally very decent episodes of science fiction in there, but it doesn't feel like authentic Star Trek to me. And also, I think it's just ridiculous that we're expected to believe that this is a prime universe prequel to the original series. I mean, it goes without saying, the ship design...
Which is why it's trash. Why is this so hard for Dave to understand? He's like saying, oh, there's an episode or two. The entire premise of the show is a betrayal of the original series. They want you to believe this is a prequel to the original series. It trashes all of the continuity. It trashes the character of James Kirk. It trashes the character of Scotty. How can you like even a shred of it when it's based on that?
Sets, uniforms, it's all radically different. I would respect the show more as a fan if they just came out and said Strange New Worlds takes place in an alternate universe completely separated from any other Star Trek timeline. Just don't tell me this is the same universe as the original series, because I'm not buying that. Despite my frustrations with this series, I think on balance, most of the Star Trek fan base will look upon Strange New Worlds quite fondly after it's over, and perhaps even with more appreciation as the years go on. I think that that's the legacy after its 5-year run, that it had some decent enough Star Trek episodes.
Okay, that's his take on Strange New Worlds. Now I'm just curious what his take on... So he had this video. Was Enterprise really that bad? Because for some reason, Star Trek fans, and even in its day, Star Trek fans were very negative towards the show. And it's unfortunate. It really is, because it really is the last true Star Trek show.
I grew to quite like Star Trek Enterprise over the course of its 4-year run. I'm generally not a fan of prequels, but I gave it a go and was pleasantly surprised by the very promising pilot, Broken Bow. Action-packed, cinematic, adventurous, and filled with potential. The reason Enterprise is not remembered as fondly by some Trek fans, as it probably should be in my view, has got to do with what followed the pilot, a rather lackluster first season, and a second season that wasn't much better. Now, it's a well-known fact that Star Trek series usually take about 3 seasons to reach their stride, and Enterprise was no different. But, if I'm honest, there was a recognizable gulf in quality between the first 2 seasons of Enterprise and the first 2 seasons of TNG, DS9, and Voyager. Also, the industry had changed a great deal.
I would say that the first 2 seasons of Enterprise are better than the first 2 seasons of Voyager, 100%. I would even say the first 2 seasons of Enterprise are better, for me, than the first season of Next Generation. I would not say better than Deep Space Nine. Deep Space Nine's first 2 seasons are probably actually the strongest of the sequel series. Like, the Deep Space Nine actually is pretty good right from the beginning. You know what, Universal? I would say, if you stopped watching after Voyager, go watch Enterprise. It's new Star Trek, and I promise, for the most part, you won't regret it. Maybe skip the final episode. But everything else, watch it.
There were lots more TV networks for audiences to watch, so there was so much more choice, and consequently, the show was never going to be afforded the same leniency as its predecessor.
Dude, Anthony, I'll tell you, you said, I tried to watch Strange New Worlds. Within the first 2 minutes, my brain started itching. My favorite thing in the first, couple of minutes of Strange New Worlds is Christopher Pike, in the 23rd century, goes for a horseback ride in Montana, and as he's riding through the beautiful landscape... Now, keep in mind, he lives in the 23rd century, where starships can travel faster than light, are powered by antimatter, and in the palm of your hand, you can generate enough power to vaporize matter. Okay? The power cell of a phaser has enough power to vaporize matter. Okay. So as he's riding through the mountains in Montana, he is surrounded by windmills. Giant, ugly steel windmills polluting the beautiful Montana horizon. Only the deranged, delusional, lunatic mind of a wacko leftist could think that that's paradise, could think that that is the paradise future in which we have uglified and dirtied the gorgeous mountains of Montana with windmills in a time when you can fit fusion power into something the size of a coin. The depths of their stupidity never ceases to amaze me. Never ceases to amaze me.
Enterprise needed to hit the ground running with some solid stories, and it failed to do that. It didn't help that the writers had...
Okay, so yes, T'Pol is a bit unwatchable in the first season, but stick with it because her character evolves, and they kind of really did her wrong with the makeup in the first 2 seasons. They make her very unattractive looking. By season 3 and 4, she definitely softens, and she is a stone cold babe in seasons 3 and 4. And her character arc, and also the character arc of the Vulcans just in general and their relationship with humanity, it really is good. By the end, I think they kind of recognized that they were getting the Vulcans wrong in season 1. And to be fair, Deep Space Nine, I think, had the same problem. The Vulcans are simply portrayed as assholes. And it's like, that's not what the Vulcans are. The Vulcans are not assholes. We sometimes think they are because they're emotionless and logical, and sometimes humans don't react well to logic and reason, and that's the whole thing. It's like Spock is just stating a fact, and it's McCoy that's saying, oh, you're green-blooded and sensitive, And it's like, well, it's not that Spock is being insensitive. It's that Spock simply sees the world differently. So my point is that, like, they started just portraying the Vulcans as arrogant assholes. And they kind of made the same mistake in Enterprise, and they corrected it. Like, over the course of the seasons, they kind of reveal more details that make it clear that the Vulcans are not what you think they are. So anyway, I would say give it another shot.
Their hands tied by the network, who seemed more interested in churning out a kind of Voyager Light series, but with some more simplified storylines. And furthermore, the pacing of the episodes was incredibly slow. It was as if the showrunners of Rick Berman and Brannon Braga had forgotten how to produce a well-paced series. It wasn't all bad, of course. The first 2 seasons had a few solid installments, like the Andorian Incident, Cold Front, Shuttlepod 1, Shockwave, Carbon Creek, Minefield, Dead Stop, Future Tense, Judgment, Regeneration, First Flight, and The Expanse. But that's just...
Regeneration was so freaking good. That's the Borg episode in Enterprise. Oh, it was so crazy, too, because I remember hearing they were going to do a Borg episode, and I was pissed. I was angry, because I was like, that's going to ruin continuity, because the Borg don't encounter the Federation until Picard's time. So how's that going to work? And they tied it into the storyline of Star Trek First Contact, and it was genius.
Just 12 episodes from 52. The show's second major issue, beyond a lack of clear direction, was the fact that it simply wasn't behaving like a prequel and properly explaining much of the backstory and origin of the Star Trek legacy. That issue would, of course, be resolved in Season 4. But when Berman and Braga's backs were against the wall with the threat of cancellation upon them, they acted in the best possible way they could and produced a well-thought-out, season-long story in the form of the Xindi arc. I recognize...
The Xindi arc is flat out the finest season of Star Trek ever made. It's so brilliant. I love the Xindi. That's Season 3 of Enterprise. It's so freaking good.
This wasn't to everyone's liking, but I enjoyed Season 3 immensely. The narrative is extremely well constructed, the pacing was excellent, and some wonderful character development took place over the course of that year. Enterprise was always aided by the very best production values of the franchise, with fantastic sets and special effects. And these elements really came to the fore in Season 3. There were a lot of standout episodes that year for me, like The Xindi, The Shipment, Stratagem, Doctor's Orders, Damage, Azadi Prime,
Damage is my favorite episode of the series. It's so good.
Squared, Countdown, and 0 Hour. But the breakout stories were Twilight, a time travel story.
Oh, that's it? Holy shit. That's it. That is the best time travel episode in Star Trek, bar none. That is the best one. I can't believe I didn't think of this episode, but yes, Twilight is the best time travel episode in Star Trek. I love that episode so damn much because it's so clever. It fits within the story, and it even has the added benefit of showing you what would happen to Earth if their mission failed. It was so good.
Of Christopher Nolan's Memento, as well as TNG's Yesterday's Enterprise. North Star, which was a Western story and a welcome visual and thematic departure. The very moving similitude about a clone of Trip Tucker, and Carpenter's...
I don't like that episode, similitude. I do not like that episode. There's something weird in the show about how they love to torture Tucker, who's like he's my favorite character on this show. They love to torture Trip. And that episode, I thought, was not good for Archer. It was disturbing. It was a really disturbing episode, and not in like a good way. I did not like that one.
A contemporary urban tale taking place in Detroit, Michigan in the year 2004. The fourth season was when Enterprise finally became the show it was supposed to be, albeit too late, as the series had only been renewed that year in order to sweeten syndication deals with other networks so as to get the show close to that all-important 100-episode mark. In the end, 98 episodes would have to suffice. The fourth season focused on linking the series to the rest of the legacy and establishing the origins of many well-known elements and historical events in the franchise. Stormfront Part 1 and 2 may not have been the most thematically relevant opening episodes of the season, and they jettisoned the temporal Cold War arc that Archer had been dealing with up until then, but this season offered some real gems. Home is a fan favorite episode.
Yes.
Focusing-
Oh, I love that episode. It's so grounded. It's very similar to the episode in Star Trek The Next Generation. I think it's called Family, in which it's right after the Borg, the best of both worlds, and Picard is recovering from his abduction by the Borg. And he spends kind of like some time with his brother on Earth, and he's working through like the trauma and the horror of what he's lived through. And, you know, this episode is very similar in that, you know, this mission to stop the Xindi and save Earth is finally over. And now Archer is having to like face the music at home, and he's got to like explain all the actions he took to win. And he's also kind of dealing with the post-traumatic stress of having just, you know, fought through this nightmare. And he's kind of going to a dark place in this episode because, you know, he began the series by being this very optimistic explorer. And what's really great, too, is there's another Starfleet captain in this episode, and she's kind of like what he was in the beginning. She's very optimistic. She's very excited to explore. And he's kind of like, well, make sure you bring plenty of weapons. Yeah, it's not going to go as well as you think it is. Yet he's kind of got this negative, dark attitude the whole, because he's messed up, man. He's seen some shit out there, and it's messed with him. It's a really great episode.
The return of Enterprise to Earth, the fallout that
Good night,
ensues,
Starfleet.
and providing some rich character
Thanks for
development
stopping
the
by,
Paul,
as
Trip,
always.
and Archer in their own contained stories, and setting up the xenophobic plot thread on Earth that would later play out in a 2-part episode by season's end. The 3-part Arik Soon arc of Borderland, Cold Station 12, and the Augments sees Brent Spiner play the grandfather of Data, a man who had helped to create some genetically engineered superhumans, a 3-part epic story that references Khan from Space Seed and Star Trek II. The Vulcans have been written very poorly in the first 2 seasons of Enterprise, so it was nice that the 3-part Vulcan arc concerning a young T'Pau and explore the teachings of Surik would help to resolve this to make the Vulcans more moderate and more in keeping with their portrayal in the other Star Trek series. Affliction and Divergence were a 2-part Klingon story that explained why the Klingons in the original series looked the way they did, while also tying into a throwaway remark that Worf had made in the DS9 episode Trials and Tribulations. It was a nice piece of closure that tied up a continuity goof quite satisfactorily. Without doubt, the high point of the season, and perhaps the series, was In a Mirror Darkly, a 2-part epic that explained the origins of the Mirror Universe.
Wow, really? Really? That's your favorite one? I can't, no, I do not agree with that. I mean, I like those episodes, but no, definitely the Augments episodes were way better.
Including a very clever retcon of the ending of Star Trek First Contact. Both episodes take place entirely in the Mirror Universe, and we get to see the evil alter egos of the Enterprise crew. The story ties into the original series episode, The Tholian Web, and now we learn that the Constitution-class USS Defiant from the 23rd century has been sent back in time to this alternate past for the Enterprise crew to commandeer and potentially use as a weapon to win the war for the Terran Empire. Demons and Terra Prime deal with a group of extremist insurrectionists led by John Frederick Paxton, who gains control of the Verteron array on Mars, which he plans to use on Earth if every non-human doesn't leave the planet at once. It's another fan-favorite story that further helps to develop the origin of the Federation, and if I'm honest, would have been a much better series finale than what we ended up getting. Sadly, Enterprise ended on a very poor story devised by Brannon Braga and Rick Berman. These Are the Voyages, pretty good name. It was meant as a love letter to the fans. It was anything but. A holodeck story in which TNG's Riker and Troy look back at the events of the final mission of Archer and co. This might have worked as a mid-season episode, so long as Trip hadn't been killed off so unnecessarily, but as a finale, it was very much the wrong choice, and something the cast and crew later regretted doing. That said, Enterprise gets a very bad rap from some fans, largely because of its first 2 seasons. The damage was clearly done in many people's eyes, it seems. But that doesn't change the fact that the show ended up contributing some excellent episodes into the franchise, and given the momentum it had by the 4th season, it's a great shame it wasn't given one more year to truly become the show it was meant to be. So was Star Trek Enterprise really that bad? Not at all. When it was on form, it delivered some fantastic sci-fi television, and I believe it's a worthy addition to Star Trek canon. I would argue much more so than Star Trek Discovery.
Yeah, that's clear. Absolutely. All right, well, hat tip Dave Cullen, another interesting episode. I mean, I agree with him on that one, that's for sure. All right, chat, one for the road, shall we? So, as is evidenced by my Spider-Man book behind me, I am a huge fan of Spider-Man, Peter Parker Spider-Man, and I really love, my introduction to Spider-Man was the 90s animated show, which was just, you know what? It is aged so well. It is an excellent show. I loved that animated show, and I came across this article from Bounding Into Comics, Spencer Bakuli. Headline, original Spider-Man the Animated Series writer is not involved with the upcoming Spider-Man 94 sequel comic. Quote, I have long ago abandoned all expectation that Marvel would acknowledge any of my contributions. So here's the story. After nearly 30 years, Marvel Comics is finally following up. I hated this, by the way, on the cliffhanger ending that closed out Spider-Man the Animated Series with Spider-Man 94. So I'm probably, close quote for a second, I'm probably going to have to get this comic book. I'm going to have to get it because at the end of the series, they recreate essentially the Gwen Stacy died, but they do it with Mary Jane, but she doesn't die. She falls into a portal and they end the show. And you're like, well, what happened to Mary Jane? It's terrible. It's absolutely terrible. So this comic book is going to answer the question of what happened. So open quote, it's an upcoming comic book miniseries set to both resolve the mystery of Mary Jane's disappearance and subsequently introduce the web-slinger to a new bevy of adventures, fights, and drama, all of which, unfortunately, will have no involvement from original series writer John Semper. Running 4 issues total and named after the year in which its source material debuted, Spider-Man 94 will see veteran Spider writer J.M. DeMatteis, and fans may best know for his work on Kraven's The Last Hunt and the Clone Saga story arcs, teaming up with the current Spider-Verse versus Venomverse Volume 1 artist Jim Tao to explore just what happened to MJ, the real one, not her Hydro clone, after she was thrown off the George Washington Bridge by the Green Goblin. Per the book's official announcement press release, as provided by Marvel Comics, quote, after searching to the ends of the multiverse, Peter Parker, the amazing, the spectacular, the radioactive webhead himself, aka Spider-Man, swings back into the streets of New York City with his beloved Mary Jane Watson in tow. But what's this? One of these villains is not like the others. Witness this universe's debut of not one, but 2 of Spider-Man's greatest villains from the comics. Legendary Spider Scribe J.M. DeMatteis and rising star artist Jim Tao bring you the return you've been waiting 30 years for. And you're never going to expect the twists and turns ahead for your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. Break out your action figures and post up in front of the TV as we bring you back the greatest era of animated superhero television in history. Is this a comic book or a TV show? Because now I am seriously confused. Okay, Spider-Man 94. Marvel's Spider-Man 94 comic. So why does it say TV then? Post the comics? Sit in front of the TV? I don't understand what that is saying. That doesn't make any sense at all, but whatever. So it's a comic book, and I'm going to have it, offering his thoughts on his new assignment to IGN. DeMatteis beamed. The 1990 Spider-Man animated series has become a beloved part of Spidey lore. Close quote for a second. That's because it was authentic to Spider-Man lore. That's why. Open quote, "It was the introduction to Peter Parker and his universe for an entire generation, and I'm delighted to be diving back into that universe. We're treating this as the next season of the show, which means introducing new villains, new challenges, new adventures for Peter, while doing our best to remain true to the creative spirit that John Semper and company established with the original show," he added. Now that is the real Venom right there. That is awesome. Yet, despite supposedly hoping to remain true to his creative spirit, Semper has revealed that Marvel made zero effort to get his input on Spider-Man 94. Quote, "I got a text message this morning from my good friend Matt Dunford telling me that Marvel is continuing my Spider-Man animated series in comic book form in a 4-issue limited series called Spider-Man 94. Since I will no doubt be asked about it by fans of the series, no, I am not involved with this comic book, and no one at Marvel has approached me to be involved in any way." Matt's text message was the first I've heard of it. "The internet tells me that J.M. DeMatteis is the writer of the book, and I have nothing but the greatest respect for him. His amazing body of work over the years in both animation and comic books speaks for itself, and I'm positive his new comic is in great hands. I hired him years ago to participate in writing one episode of my series, which ran for 65 episodes, and I thoroughly enjoyed working with him. Where he now chooses to take the series story-wise is entirely his decision, but for the record, they are not my creative choices, nor do they represent any oversight by me. Yes, it would have been nice, some might say even respectful, if Marvel had reached out to me at some point as a courtesy, but I have long ago abandoned all expectation that Marvel would acknowledge any of my contributions to the Marvel Universe, like, for instance, my creation of what is now known as the Spider-Verse." Hey, exactly. Close quote for a second. This is such a great, I knew the second that I watched the first Miles Morales movie, what was it? Into the Spider-Verse. I was like, well, they basically ripped off the idea from this episode, right? In which this is the episode in which you had all of the Spider-Men from different timelines working together. And they basically used this exact same idea for Spider-Man No Way Home. And it was this animated show that first had this idea. Open quote. So he's basically saying it would be nice if they acknowledged, for instance, my creation of what is now known as the Spider-Verse, as debuted in 1998 during the first half of the series' 2-part finale, Spider-Wars Chapter 1. So I wish them well and encourage us all to celebrate with good cheer this 30th anniversary year of Spider-Man the Animated Series, and keep your eyes on all my socials, especially YouTube, because I intend to launch my own celebration of my series in the near future. In the immortal words of my mentor, Stan the Man, nuff said. P.S. If you're still reading this far, since I have your attention, I would be remiss not to mention that my latest animated series, Weather Hunts, will be debuting on PBS. Okay. Cool. Good to know. So that is the latest on this comic book series. I have to say, I'm going to have to watch it. Or read it, I should say. Because I need to know. I need to know what happened to Mary Jane. In retrospect, it is so cruel that they did that to us. They didn't answer that question. Crowbar the Skull says red flag. I mean, I pretty much agree with you. If you're referring to that they did not consult the original. Look, they don't care. Marvel, that is. They don't care what we like or what we want. They just don't. They have their agenda and they're going to push forward with it. And that's that. But Semper is basically saying that, he respects the guy that's in charge of it. So we'll see. Maybe it'll be good. It's only 4 issues. How can they screw that up, right? Okay, now, to close it out for the night, one more article for you on the subject of Spider-Man. Hat Tip Cosmic Book News. Spider-Man 4 gets John Bernthal as Punisher taking on Hulk Smash. I don't know what Hulk Smash means, but I do know John Bernthal's Punisher is going to be in the next Spider-Man movie. Now, that does not mean that Marvel is saved or that the next Spider-Man movie is going to be good, but it certainly can't hurt. And I hope it's good because this would be awesome. This would be really awesome. So we got some big news via Nerdrotic. Oh, well, there you go. Hat tip Nerdrotic. John Bernthal is joining Spider-Man 4 as the Punisher. The news about him appearing as the Punisher comes from Gary Beekler on his Nerdrotic YouTube channel during an interview with legendary comic creator Mark Millar, who is promoting his new his creator-owned comic Psychic Sam, which is also being adapted into a movie. Millar goes over how he was going to do big projects for DC and Marvel, but instead opted to re-team with legendary artist John Romita Jr. on a new creator-owned project. Millar says that as of late, there has been a void in comics regarding certain types of characters, etc., etc. While discussing this, Beekler says that the Hulk will be in Spider-Man 4, which dropped on Monday. Beekler and Millar discuss how they don't want Mark Ruffalo's goofy, smart Hulk in the movie, which I would agree with. Millar says he hopes it's similar to the John Buscema Hulk running wild from the comics and not Ruffalo talking about the environment. Beekler adds that he hopes Ruffalo doesn't appear at all and that the CGI, the Savage Hulk, is there the entire time. So there you go. We're getting the Punisher in Spider-Man 4, which is exciting. I mean, I'm excited about that. Oh, I just hope it's good. I hope Superman is good. I really do. I am so rooting for Superman. I am rooting for this movie more than any other movie this year. I want it to be great. And you know something? I'm open to this movie being really, really good. And I know that a lot of people think it's a little nutty that James Gunn says Crypto was kind of what got him to understand the character. I think that's a good sign. But I guess time will tell whether my optimism is warranted or not. Yeah, nobody likes Ruffalo, Anthony Timmons. Fuffalo? Yeah, no, exactly. Thank you, Fu Man Blue. As always, good to have you. Saying good show. Thank you, by the way, for forcing me to watch Ironheart. I will make the best of it. I suffer for you, chat. I suffer for you. All right, well, that is our show, the Captain's Cast. Please like the stream. Like and subscribe. I am your host, Captain Garrett of the Swords of Starships channel. I appreciate everyone here. Universal, Fu Man Blue, Tom, Starfury, Crowbar the Skull, Dexter the Ghost. Who is the other one? Thank you to all the new Anthony Timmons. Thank you to everyone who showed up or just lurked or watched on the restream. Until next time, I will see you out there.